Bom dia a todas as pessoas que
Good
estão nos
morning,
ouvindo.
everyone
Estamos
who is
iniciando agora às 10
watching
horas
us
e
and
7
hearing
minutos no
us. We
Brasil,
are
da
starting at
Conferência Internacional
10:10,
resultado da
the
pesquisa do
international conference
International
results
Budget Partnership,
of the survey
IBP,
by
sobre
the IBP
transparência,
International Budget Partnership
fiscalização
on
e compreensão
transparency,
popular do orçamento. Eu
supervision,
sou
and
Maria Aparecida
popular
Gurgel,
understanding
sou a
of the
vice-procuradora-geral
budget.
do
I
trabalho.
am Maria
Agradeço
Aparecida
o convite
Gurgel,
para mediar esta
Vice
importante
General
mesa. Sou uma mulher branca,
Prosecutor for
de
Labor.
cabelos
I am a
brancos, bem
white
curtos e bem
woman
brancos, tenho
with
rosto fino,
short white
uso
hair. I
óculos de
have
grau,
a
tenho 65
slim
anos de
face.
idade, visto vestido
I
cor
wear
de púrpura e estou
glasses.
sentada
I
à
am
frente do
wearing a
computador.
colorful dress.
Atrás de
I'm
mim,
sitting in front of
uma
my
prateleira
computer.
com
Behind me,
livros. É
there
com
are some
prazer,
shelves
então,
with
que
books. So it's a
apresento
pleasure
os
to
nossos
introduce
dois conferencistas
our two conference
desta manhã,
speakers,
o professor
Professor
Alexandre
Alexandre
Siconello, que é
Siconello,
graduado em Direito pela
who
Universidade de São
is
Paulo
graduated
e
in law
mestre em
by the
Ciência
University of São
Política pela
Paulo and master
Universidade de
in
Brasília.
political science
Faz
by the
parte do
University of
programa
Brasilia.
Humphrey
He is part
Fellowship
of the
de Washington
Humphrey
College
Fellowship
of
Program
Law,
of
com
Washington
foco em
College of
direitos
Law
humanos.
with a focus
Foi
on human
pesquisador da
rights.
Anistia
He was
Internacional
researcher
e do
for
Instituto
Amnesty
de
International
Estudos
and
Socioeconômicos
the
INESC no
Institute
Brasil,
on
com atuação em
Socioeconomic Studies of
colaboração
Brazil,
com
INESC.
organizações
He's
da sociedade
collaborated
civil
with civil
para
society
implementar projetos
organizations for the
nacionais e
implementation of
internacionais
national and
relacionados à
international
justiça
projects
fiscal,
related to
participação pública
fiscal
e
justice,
direitos
public
humanos no
participation,
Brasil,
and human rights in
América
Brazil.
Central, Holanda, Angola e
Central
Moçambique desde
America,
2016. É Senior
Holland, Angola,
Officer do
Mozambique.
International
He's a
Budget
senior officer
Partnership,
of the
o
International
IBP,
Budget
sediado no
Partnership,
Rio
the
de Janeiro,
IBP,
Brasil.
headquartered in
Na
Rio de
sequência,
Janeiro,
e após
Brazil.
20 minutos de
And
fala,
after
nós
20
teremos
minutes,
a professora
we will
Laura
have
Castilho
Professor
Cabral,
Laura
que é
Castilho
mestra
Cabral,
em
who is
publicidade
Master
na
in
Universidade
Publicity
Antônio de Nebria,
from the University
Espanha, e
Antonio de
bacharel
Nebria,
em
Spain,
comunicação
and
social
Bachelor in
na
Social
Pontifícia
Communication
Universidade
from
Católica
the
Madre
Pontifical
Maestra
Catholic
da
University
República
Madre
Dominicana.
Maestra of
Foi
the Dominican
coordenadora de
Republic. She's been
iniciativas de
coordinator
transparência
of
fiscal da
initiatives on
Fundação
fiscal
Solidariedade e
transparency at
trabalhou em
Fundación
estreita
Solidaridad,
colaboração
and she's
em
worked
várias
in
iniciativas do
collaboration with
International
several
Budget, incluindo a
initiatives of the
pesquisa
International Budget Partnership,
multinacional de
including the
credibilidade
multinational survey
orçamentária.
on
Desde
budgetary credibility.
2021, ela é
Since
oficial do programa
2021, she's
Pesquisa de
been officer
Orçamento
of the
Aberto
program
do
on
International Budget.
research on
E
open
teremos,
budgets.
então, como
And
disse, para cada apresentador,
so each speaker
20 minutos.
will
Eu
have
vou
20 minutes,
ser aqui, me desculpem
and
todas e todos e
I
todes. Eu vou
apologize in
ser a
advance
controladora
because
do nosso
I will
tempo,
be
né?
strict
Porque
about
precisamos
time,
também,
because we
logo
need to
após fazermos o nosso debate. Quando chegar nesse ponto, eu faço a
hold our
apresentação
discussion
das
afterwards.
nossas
And so
queridas
when
apresentadoras.
we
Então,
come to
com a
that point, I will
palavra,
introduce
o
our
professor
debaters. So I'd like to give the
Alexandre
floor to
Siconello.
Professor Alexandre Siconello.
Obrigado, Maria Aparecida Gurgel.
Thank you, Maria Aparecida Gurgel.
A
Um,
apresentação vai ser a Laura.
Actually,
Eu também
Laura
gostaria
will
de
begin the
me
presentation,
descrever. Eu sou
but I
homem
would like to
branco,
describe
48
myself.
anos,
I am a white
estou
man. I'm
sentado com
48
uma
years
camisa
old. I
azul
am
e
seated
atrás de
with
mim
a
tem o banner
blue shirt,
do
and behind
evento
me
com
there's the
as
banner
logomarcas
of
das
the
organizações
event with the
proponentes.
logos and
Eu vou falar em
supporting
português na segunda
organizations.
metade da apresentação,
In the
mas a
second half of
apresentação
the
vai ser
presentation, I
iniciada
will
pela minha
speak
colega
Portuguese,
Laura,
but my
vai
colleague
falar em
Laura
inglês.
will begin and she will
Pois não,
speak
me
English.
desculpe, Alex.
I'm
Fiz
sorry
aqui
for
uma breve
mixing
inversão.
up the
Não, sem
Pois
order.
não,
problema.
Laura.
Laura.
No problem, Laura. Laura, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning to everyone. On behalf of the International Partnership, we would like to thank you for inviting us to this important event. My name is Laura Castillo. I am a white female. I have long black hair, and I am wearing a colorful blouse with random patterns. I am sitting in front of my computer in my office, and my background is a white wall. It is our pleasure to be here this morning and talk about fiscal openness, public participation, and budget oversight in the context of the global, regional, and country results and findings of the most recent Open Budget Survey 2023. To start, next slide, please. To start, please let me provide a general background on framing of the OBS and IBP. IBP is the world-leading nonprofit organization promoting responsible, effective, and equitable management of budget and public money. We partner globally with civil society, community organizers, government champions, and budget analysts. Together, we generate data and advocate for reform and build the skills and knowledge of people so that everyone can have a voice in budget decisions that impact their lives. The latest Open Budget Survey comes at a turbulent time of unprecedented challenges. The long shadow of a global pandemic, coupled with rising debt, inflation, conflicts, closing civil space, and climate change across many countries have led to serious setbacks for many. A structural inequality is undermining the promise of democracy to deliver for all. Nearly half of humanity lives in countries that spend more money on debt prepayment than on health or education. Last year, global temperatures were the highest on record, and millions of people were pushed into poverty by climate change. It is thus crucial that governments are more engaging and transparent with public funds throughout the budget documents more now than ever. Next slide, please. Yes. So before moving on to the OBS 23 results, here's a brief summary of the OBS and its methodology. The OBS is the only independent comprehensive measure that assesses the three interconnected pillars of fiscal accountability ecosystem. That is transparency, public participation, oversight. In specific, it assesses the access to budget information or budget transparency. It assesses the information in 8 key budget documents that countries should publish throughout the budget cycle, from formulation to audit. It also assesses the opportunities for the public to participate with different institutions across the budget cycle, and the roles and responsibility of formal oversight institutions, including the legislature and Supreme Audit Institution. Next slide, please. The OBS 2023 is the 9th edition of the survey and now includes 125 countries around the world. Only documents that were published and practice that took place before the research deadline of December 31st of 2022 were evaluated. The OBS stands out from other similar assessments in several ways. It is fact-based and built on international standards, is regular and comparable, is independent and conducted by civil society, and it follows a rigorous external review process. The draft questionnaire is reviewed by an independent reviewer and government. Next slide, please. In evaluating budget transparency, the OBS methodology assessed, as I mentioned, 8 key budget documents using international and global standards that form the 109 transparency indicators that evaluate both the public availability and the comprehensiveness of each document. The question has a weighted score of 100 with a score of 61 considered the minimum benchmark for a sufficient provision of information. That's all for now for the process and its methodology. Now let's move on over to the global findings and regional findings. Next slide, please. Engaging the public is a winning proposition. The budgetary process provides countless opportunity for governments to share information about public resource decisions they are making and their rationale, and to seek community-generated evidence that can help them make better decisions and reflect people's priority. This can help restore the public trust in government ability to deliver economic dividends and improve in people's lives. Next slide, please. Across the different pillars that the OBS assess, we find a mix of performance at different paths in the most recent global findings. Global average for transparency, oversight, and public participation fall all at similar levels that we have seen in past rounds. transparency remains well below 61, as I mentioned, our benchmark for indicating that there is sufficient levels of information that they can provide an informed public debate on the budget process. Participation remains the weakest pillar, and audit oversight is the only measure at the global average that we find to be adequate. Legislative oversight lags behind audit oversight. Next slide, please. When looking at regional average, it is clear that in some countries, the situation is better than in others. In our survey, although global levels of transparency in national budget process had a modest 1 point increase from last round, regional trends show two histories, one of sustained progress and one of downward period. Since 2012, East Asia and the Pacific and Sub-Saharan Africa have the steepest increase over time. Their progress, along with Eastern Europe and Central Asia and Latin America and the Caribbean, contrasts with a significant fall over time in South Asia, stagnation in Western Europe and USA and Canada, and continued low performance in Middle East and North America. Next slide. Let us now review the findings for Latin America and the Caribbean, which in this 2023 assessment constitute 18 countries. Next slide, please. First, in terms of regional trends, we can see that the transparency score has returned to pre-pandemic level with 51 points and has the legislative and audit oversight. Public participation increased by just 1 point. The picture shows a stagnation at the regional level in almost all areas evaluated by the survey. Notwithstanding this, at the regional level, we are doing better in all areas compared to the global average. Next slide, please. This graph shows the ranking of countries evaluated in transparency order from highest to lowest score, and also indicate the variation between 2021 to 2023. Here we can see that 7 countries achieved the desired score of 61, with some countries such as Mexico, Brazil, and Dominican Republic among the best countries worldwide. These countries are characterized by publishing all budget documents with a great level of details and even incorporating additional elements, such as data informed dialogue analysis in either programming language or a spreadsheet, such as Excel. Next slide, please. Consistency matter. Drops in publication hinders the public understanding of flows and trust in the budget process. Next slide, please. This table shows the gaps in the ability of budget documents for the 18 countries of the region evaluated in 2023. A total of 110 documents were published out of total of 144 expected in all countries. This means that 76 of the total number of budgets are published in the 18 countries. In more detail, we can identify that the pre-budget statement document and the mid-year review and the audit report are the least produced and the least published documents in the region. Moreover, half of the countries do not publish a mid-year review, which implies a significant gap in the opportunity of citizens to learn about the fulfillment of plans, projections, and policy in the middle of the budget period. It is also observed, and this is very important, that there are 11 documents that, despite being produced, are not published on the relevant institution page. This represents a great opportunity to substantial improvement that could increase the score for those countries. Next slide, please. We also continue to lack information on how governments raise revenues and manage debt, two key areas that determine whether governments have the resource to deliver on social spending. Nearly half of the humanity lives in countries that spend more money on debt repayment than on health education. And here is, next slide, a little bit more detail of that. This graph shows the level of information presented on revenues at different points in the budget cycle. On one hand, we see that most countries present detailed information on tax and non-tax revenue, even of the previous year during the budget proposal. However, when verifying the information during the execution phase, we observed that only half of the country present information on revenue collection in monthly or quarterly execution reports, and only 11% of the countries present this information at the mid-year review. This important here because if we are not clear about the actual level of collection during the year, we can hardly have an informed debate on how revenues should be used and prioritized, particularly around social spending. Next slide, please. This chart shows the level of debt-related information presented in the budget proposals published by the countries of the region. Here we can see that most countries present the level of new borrowing to be contracted in the budget year of the proposal, but fewer countries present the total stock of the debt. Also, less than half of the countries present a breakdown of debt by external or internal financing, as well information on the sustainability of long-term financing. Having a detailed debt information is even more important in post-pandemic times where countries are facing additional pressures to finance social programs and investment works, but at the same time are repaying increasing amounts of loans taken over during crisis time. Next slide, please. The survey also assessed the amount of information presented on public policies aimed at reducing poverty levels. Here we see a significant gap where less than half of countries are presenting the policy information during the budget proposal. And even fewer countries present this type of detail in the final year-end report. This situation prevents the monitoring and evaluation of social programs aimed at the most vulnerable populations. And it makes it very difficult for civil society to take part in the informed debate of the effectiveness of social measures. Next slide. Despite this, countries have made progress in helping the public better understand the effect budgets have on certain people, including marginalized communities. But globally, such practices are still underdeveloped. Particularly in Latin America, from governments that are presented, we have seen some meaningful presentations. Next slide. In the most recent survey, we found that 53 out of the 101 countries who published the budget proposal, including at least one alternative presentation of spending, such as gender, age, income, or region, to illustrate how budget policies are affecting specific groups. The number of countries presented this information increased by 12 during the most recent round. And if there is a trend emerged when examining these latest results. As a region, Latin America and the Caribbean stand out for both sustaining publication of citizens' budget and showing how budgets affect underrepresented population, such as women. It is possible that, given this region history has the most unequal in the world, civil society groups have been pushing for governments for a great information to spur change. Here are some lessons from countries in the region. During the OBS 23 assessment, Argentina presented disaggregated data in its executive budget proposal on the financial impact of budget policies aimed at reducing gender gaps and benefiting children, people with disabilities, and the environment. In Argentina, maintaining such demographic information is more important than ever because the current administration has openly spoken against gender equality and shuttered the Women's Ministry in 2023. A few months later, the fiscal monitors that allowed the public to access updated information on the implementation of these recurring budgets were discontinued. In light of volatility we have observed across different countries and regions, it is worth emphasizing the importance of consistent practices. Over time, they can build public confidence and in the budget process and equip citizens with tools to better advocate for their interests. Another example is the Dominican Republic, which provides data on how public funds were distributed to different groups to show the budget effect on children, on gender equality, and geographic areas. an improvement since the last round of the survey. Next slide, please. We point out that participation is a winning proposition because both government and citizens win when there are effective and meaningful channels for society participation in the budget cycle. In Latin America, next slide, please. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are above the global average. 94% of countries have at least one mechanism for the public to interact in the budget cycle, compared to 83 globally. Next slide. This graph shows the distribution of this opportunity by institutional level. Here we see that most opportunities are at the level of the controller's officers or Court of Accounts. Generally, this type of mechanism is associated with the ability of citizens to suggest and denounce areas of audits. On the other hand, legislature also see a high percentage of opportunities that are verified with public hearings during the discussion of the executive proposal. Half of the countries have opportunity to participation within the Ministry of Finance, and generally these opportunities are associated with the formulation of the budget. But there are few instances that significantly involve civil society and representatives of budget communities. Next slide. Some countries are implementing innovative practice that the score more inclusion is possible, including where we have worked closely with civil society and government partners to support reform. An interesting example of public participation occurred in Dominican Republic. This is a rare example where communities at the local level come together in development committees led by the local authorities supported by the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Planning. The communities hold meetings with the local investment areas and projects are prioritized, which are taken to the central authorities compared into the national budget. Next slides, please. Oversight is critical in ensuring public money is spent on public interest. Next slide. This graph shows the evaluation of the legislative oversight practice at different moments of the budget cycle for countries in the region from 2017 to date. We concern a negative trend on the role of legislature in reviewing budget execution and reviewing budget auditing. In less than half of the country, the legislature reviews the budget execution and audit report. This suggests a weakening of the oversight role of the legislature with respect to the fulfillment of execution plans and objectives. Next slide, please. Finally, so we now know that real progress is progress in many countries and regions with real benefits for ordinary citizens. How can we keep things moving forward? Moving forward, the progress is possible anywhere, and everyone stands to gain when the public is engaged meaningful. The following recommendation will move us toward a more inclusive future. Government should provide essential budget information to the public, publish what they produce, include the public in the budget decisions, and institutionalize reforms. Legislatures should provide a strong and effective oversight throughout the budget cycle, while providing the public opportunities to engage. Auditors should share findings with the public, work with the legislature to strengthen accountability and invite the public into programming and investigations. Donors should support reform-minded governments and civil society, identify and share key safeguards needed to prevent corruption during times of crisis. Civil society should participate in the budget decision-making, collectively analyze, engage, and advocate, and focus on making budget more accessible to all. This is all for now for the global and regional findings. Right now, I'm going to pass the word to my colleague, Alexis Cornelo, who will present the results for the national findings on Brazil. Thank you all.
Olá, bom dia. Eu estava tentando achar um
Hello,
botãozinho
good morning.
Não sei se você pode compartilhar o slide, Laura. If you could share the slides for me, if it's possible. Primeiro, eu gostaria de agradecer o convite ao IBP, International
First
Budget
of all, I
Partnership.
would like
Eu já me apresentei no
to
início e para quem está
thank
chegando
the
agora, não sei se
invitation to
vocês
the
estão pelo
IBP.
YouTube,
I've already introduced myself in the
nós
beginning.
estamos falando
We
dentro
are
do
talking
orçamento sensível a gênero sobre uma
about
pesquisa internacional
an
sobre o nível de
international
transparência,
survey
participação
regarding the
social
level of
e fiscalização do
transparency
orçamento
and
em
social
diversos países.
participation in oversight, budgetary
É muito
oversight in
importante
several
quando
countries.
pensar
This is
em
very
ter
important,
realmente
especially
orçamento que seja sensível a gênero.
when
As
we want
informações
a budget
disponíveis
that
têm
is
que ser muito
truly
transparentes e
gendered.
desagregadas
Information
e
needs to be
também o
transparent
potencial
and
de participação nas
disaggregated.
decisões
The
orçamentárias,
potential
para que
for
os grupos, as
participation
mulheres,
in this in
feministas
budgetary decisions,
dessas comunidades
participation of
possam
women of
entender o
several
orçamento da
communities.
população e
Everyone
também
needs to
ajudar a
understand the
influenciar
budget, and
as
this will help
prioridades. Então, a
influence
gente vê
the
orçamento
priorities,
público,
the setting
ele é
of
uma peça
priorities.
técnica, mas na
Public
verdade
budgets
é uma
are
peça política.
technical
Ela define as prioridades
technical pieces, but they define the expenditures of the federal level. In this case, we are talking about what are the priorities. There's the dimension of macroeconomic policy, of interest rate policies, of the roles of different institutions. So I'm very thankful for the invitation, and we'd like to show how Brazil is doing in relation to other countries. Also, we want to understand Brazil's level in terms of transparency, participation, strength of institutions, especially the Court of Accounts and the Parliament in controlling the budget, as compared to other countries.
E daí eu posso dizer pouco sobre os
Laura
resultados do
irá
Brasil.
compartilhar.
Então, a Laura
Sorry.
acabou de
So Laura
compartilhar os resultados da América Latina e os resultados
compared the
globais, da
results,
metodologia dessa pesquisa.
the
No
global
Brasil,
results, and for
ela é
Latin America,
realizada
the
desde
survey in
2006.
Brazil has been conducted
Então, a
since
cada 2 anos, a
2006.
última
So
edição
every
da
2
pesquisa,
years, and the
a gente
last
chama de
edition of the
a
survey
OBS, né?
that we are
Pesquisa do
calling,
Orçamento
we
Aberto de
call OBS,
2023.
the Open Budget Survey, was conducted in
A data, né, que a gente
2023.
fez, os dados,
And
esses dados se referem a 2022.
so
Então,
the
a gente tá
data
falando
refers
aqui
to
do último ano do
2022.
governo
We are
anterior do
talking
governo
about
Bolsonaro.
the last year of the
Próximo slide,
Bolsonaro
Laura.
administration. Next slide, please.
O Brasil, então, esses
So,
3 pilares da pesquisa,
The
transparência,
3
fiscalização e
pillars,
participação,
transparency, oversight,
uma
and
pontuação sobre 100.
participation.
Então, o Brasil,
The total score is,
pesquisados,
the
o
top
Brasil
score
sempre
is
esteve
100. So Brazil has always been among the first 10,
em termos de
with
transparência.
around 80% for
Fica no país
transparency,
quinto lugar, sétimo lugar, muito à frente de
fifth or
muitos países
seventh,
europeus,
ahead of
países
many
que a gente
European
considera como
countries and
desenvolvidos.
countries
Então,
that
isso
are
mostra
considered developed. So
essa
this
força
shows
das nossas instituições
the
e também das
strength
nossas práticas
of
de
our
transparência e da nossa
institutions and
legislação.
transparency
A gente vai
practices
pensar, né,
and
a gente
legislation.
tem uma legislação robusta
We
que
do have
gerencia
robust
a questão
legislation
orçamentária, a Lei
to
4.320,
manage
a
the
Lei de
budgetary
responsabilidade fiscal, muitas
process,
disposições
the
mesmo na
law on
Constituição
fiscal
Federal
responsibility, and even
sobre a
provisions in
gestão
the federal
orçamentária
constitution
dos recursos públicos, mas
regarding the
também muitas
budgetary
obrigações aí de
management of
transparência.
public
Com relação
resources
à
and
participação pública,
transparency
o
obligations.
Brasil já
Regarding
esteve muito
public
melhor, e a gente está tendo
participation,
aqui
Brazil
uma visão
has been better,
da,
has done better.
de 2022.
So we are looking
E é
at
uma participação
2022
específica sobre
and
decisões
it's
orçamentárias do
specific
governo federal. Então,
participation
é isso que a gente
in
avalia. Então,
budgetary
o Brasil tem,
decisions
como
at the
sabemos,
federal level. As we
conselhos, as
all know,
conferências, muitos
we have
espaços de
councils,
participação, mas as
conferences, several
perguntas
spaces for
feitas e a
participation,
comparação
but the
internacional é
questions
sobre
asked and the international
se há algum
comparison
mecanismo
refer to
formal,
whether there
pode
are
ser
formal
permanente, como o
mechanisms.
conselho, ou
They can
ad
be
hoc,
permanent,
como
such as a
audiência
council,
pública,
or ad
que
hoc,
permita
such as a
que
public hearing,
organizações, a sociedade,
allowing
a população,
organizations,
mulheres possam
society,
participar em alguma
population,
medida
women's
da discussão
groups,
do orçamento
allowing
nacional,
them
tanto na formulação
to
como também na
participate in the
implementação e
discussion
no
of the
controle.
national
E por
budget.
último, né, 83
And
de 100,
lastly,
que a gente avalia duas
83
principais
out of
instituições
100, we assess two main
nesse
institutions
papel de
that
fazer a
play a
fiscalização do
role
orçamento, no caso,
in
o parlamento, né, que
oversight
aprova o
of the
orçamento e
budget.
também tem,
So the
exerce o
parliament,
controle
which
sobre a sua
approves
implementação,
and
e o
controls the
Tribunal de Contas da
implementation of the
União,
budget, and
que
the Federal Court of Accounts. It's the Supreme Audit Institution of Brazil.
Essa expressão em inglês de Supreme Audit Institutions. E no caso do Brasil,
In the case of Brazil,
exemplo, praticamente o Tribunal de Contas da União teve a pontuação máxima,
Court
se
of Accounts
destacando entre as auditorias, as entidades
stood
superiores auditorias
out
em todo o mundo.
among the supreme audit institutions of the whole world. So
Presidente da Intosai,
Brazil
que é uma
is
entidade
currently
internacional,
chairing Intosai, the
entidade superior de
International
auditoria.
Supreme Audit Institutions, the organization of International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. So Brazil and Mexico are leading in terms of transparency. This is the consolidated indicator, the consolidated indicators for transparency. We consolidate several indicators in this transparency index comparing countries. And so in the last edition of the survey, Brazil ranked 7th in the world, and together with Mexico, Brazil is leading in transparency and provision of information. So it's not only about publications, but publications within certain deadlines, because the budget needs to be, budgetary information needs to be published while it is being discussed at Congress, or at most 3 months after the enactment. And so there are deadlines established for publication of each of the documents. And there is a certain regularity. So Brazil has been participating since 2006. We do have a long history, and we see here from 2012 to 2023, always a slight improvement in the level of transparency, reaching a score of 80 in 2023, the same as the previous evaluation. Laura mentioned some of the documents. Here we have the documents and the practices. And so what we observe is all based on good fiscal transparency practices. So there's an IMF manual on good practices in this area, and OECD as well publishes practices and documents about the matter. So a consolidation of international practices. And so according to these practices, these 8 documents need to be published. Not all countries do. In Brazil, in the past over a decade, Brazil has been publishing the 8 documents in appropriate timeframes. So the pre-budgetary statement, it's our law or bill on budgetary directives. So when the Ministry of Planning proposes the budget for discussion, in some countries there isn't such a discussion or pre-discussion at Congress. We have a very robust practice in this respect. We have the proposed budget by the executive, the PILOA, which is discussed at Congress, and we have the enacted budget, which is the annual budgetary law after approval by the Congress. The citizen budget is a document that is aimed at facilitating understanding of budgetary information and making this accessible to citizens. In Brazil, it's called citizen budget. This can be done not only for the PILOA, but also for the approved budget, and an audit report by the TCU could have a citizen version, for instance. So these are all publications providing disaggregated data. So I'm talking about formal documents that are published. But in Brazil, which is quite advanced in relation to other countries. We have several portals. The CIAF, the CIOPS, the System for Budgetary Information and for Fiscal Information. And so it is based on the data from these portals that the reports are all consolidated by the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Planning. And so in order to facilitate access to information, the Federal Senate, through the portal Siga Brasil, interacts with civil society groups, including women's groups and feminist organizations, to produce, for instance, the module of the women's budget through specific consultations regarding the approved budget and budgetary execution for all the programs and actions related to promoting women's rights. There isn't a report produced by the Ministry of Finance, but there is the possibility of producing a lot of data and many specific reports regarding gender-responsive budgets and other perspectives of the public budget. The annual reports are reports on the budget. In the case of CIOPS, this is not common in other countries. There are countries where implementation reports are not even published. But what we see in the survey, what we observe are evaluations of spending and bi-monthly spending and the results of the Treasury, and this is monthly, consolidating revenues and spending, and we call this, they are annual reports. And the semester or 6-monthly report, so 6 months as an evaluation of the spending after 6 months and generating a prognosis for the following 6 months. So checking whether there have been changes in growth variables and macroeconomic variables, because all this can have an impact on the approved budget. In many countries, this is the least frequently published document. The Ministry of Finance of many countries has this only internally. In the case of Brazil, this is not published every semester. There is the evaluation of compliance with fiscal targets, which is a 4-monthly report that we also assess.
The last 2 reports are quite important. The accountability, the rendering of accounts by the President of the Republic. It has this personalized aspect. Our lawyers who are here, they know the difference. In most countries, it doesn't have this personal aspect. It's simply the accountability by part of the state, by the government. I think that's the case in Portugal and other countries. But in Brazil, there is this personal aspect to this report. It's the president who renders the accounts. This has been included in our constitution. It's a very old obligation, and it is systematized by the Controller General's office. They consolidate the publication. It has 2 parts. First, we have a report of the execution of the budget of the federal government, both the fiscal execution and others. CGU also lists the internal control actions that have been carried out, and the government's balance sheet and financial statement. This is the accounting part of the report, just to check if at the end of that fiscal period, on December 31st, if the financial aspects, the accounting aspects, are in compliance with the public accounting rules. And you have the audit report about the government accounts. This is the opinion issued by the Court of Accounts about the government accounts. It's different from other countries. Chile doesn't have this audit report of the global accounts. They have reports for each of the sectors, but they don't have a report on the government accounts. It's an important country in Latin America, and there's a good dialogue that happens with recommendations from the Court of Audit and with answers to these recommendations. These answers are given by the president in the report. So by doing that, we aim to enhance the public practices. There's a detailed inspection of the recommendations. They check what was met, what wasn't met. We have some alerts issued by the Court of Accounts. We have also inconsistencies that are found by the TCU. So this report generated the impeachment process of President Dilma Rousseff. It was the first time that TCU rejected the president's account. Usually, the TCU approves the presidential accounts, even if there are some restrictions. And this report is sent to the Appropriations Committee in the Senate, but because of the strength of the TCU in Brazil, the opinion by the TCU is usually followed by Congress. It's the last say about the government accounts. Just so you have an idea, after the accounts were rejected in 2015, the TCU only recently in 2022 approved the accounts for the entire period, 2017, 18, 19, up until 2021. And the accounts that were rejected by TCU were approved by the Appropriations Committee in Congress. And they're now waiting for approval by the plenary of National Congress. This hasn't happened yet. I just wanted to show you our potential and our opportunities when we're talking about gender-responsive budget. We have availability of information. There's a lot of information. Several of these data is connected to fiscal austerity. The fiscal responsibility law focused on this, on the budget. It focuses on the debt. You should control the public accounts. And it advanced very little in terms of effectiveness, impact, efficiency, and execution of the policies. This is very small. I don't know if you can see it, but for each document, we have a set of indicators. In the case of Brazil, the documents are quite complete when compared to the international rules. The citizen budget is yellow. It has a yellow flag, not green. This is because Brazil publishes this. The Ministry of Planning publishes the citizen budget based on the draft budget proposal, but there's no participatory process with other institutions and with the community. Which information would be most relevant for the population? What's the summary of this information? What would be of interest to society concerning this information? So we don't have that type of consultation. That's why it's in yellow. And the citizen budget could be done for other things. How are we executing the programs? How can you provide more accessible reports about healthcare, education, environment, so that the population can know how these policies are being executed, if they're being effective or not? So maybe this type of information could be publicized. And also the engagement of the population, because we have popular engagement during elections, and we have a lot of fake news. So how can the budget be used to generate more debates? How are these actions or projects reaching me and my community? What's the responsibility of the federal government? How are these resources allocated to the states and the municipalities? This is an area where there's room for improvement in Brazil, so that you don't focus only on the technical part so that you can actually reach the citizens, so that citizens can understand and engage with the government. The gender responsive budget is very important in this regard. So we have to think about some essential policies. Some policies are very important for women's lives. And so how can feminist groups and how can the community focus on aspects such as violence against women, early childhood? I have 1 minute left, but I think I focused on the most important points. Let me see if there's anything important on the next slide. Public participation. I'm going to talk about this and then I'll wrap up. I'm not going to address the recommendations. I think we should touch upon that during the debate. You can ask questions about that. We have some recommendations in the Brazil report, especially for transparency, the strengthening of the Court of Audit. The TCU is quite strong, but we could have some improvement. And also public participation. Brazil, as you know, it's 17 out of 100. We assess the possibilities of popular participation in the budget. You know what happened in 2022. The previous administration had a political project that was against public participation. They discontinued most of the national councils. The ones that continued were the ones that were based on the legislation. The National Council for Human Rights had a legal framework behind that, but those councils that didn't have this legal framework were eliminated through a decree enacted in 2019 by the previous administration. So we didn't have. Can you move to the next slides just so I can show you what we assessed? We assessed formulation, approval, execution, and audit. Brazil scored, as you see on the screen, but there was no public audience in specific committees. We didn't even see the reports from the public audience, public hearing. There was a public hearing in 2022, but we had no information about the execution of the budget. And from TCU, we have some indicators that show whether or not the TCU is open to grievances and complaints. So Brazil scored low, but because of these two mechanisms. That's what I had to say concerning the oversight of the budget. We can discuss that later, the role of other institutions. But there are several challenges still, we know that. Something that we don't assess. This is a recommendation that was listed before. There's the issue of the secret budget, and this is a big discussion for Brazil. So you went from individual amendments in Brazil, and the amendments became imposing amendments. We had group amendments, and this disrupted the budget structure that is in place, which involves the multi-year plan, the guidelines, budget plan, and gives more power to Congress. And when there's corruption, and when there's this bargaining with the federal government, this has an impact on government planning and budget planning. And this is something that Congress has been doing. There's little transparency in this process. And this is a serious aspect involving Brazil that must be discussed. Thank you. I think maybe we exceeded our time, but we're available to answer any questions if you have. Thank you. Thank you, Laura Castillo, Alex Ciconello. You gave us a certain direction for our debates that we will have shortly. The debate is quite important because it gives us a new perspective, and it gives us the experience of other colleagues, which are now going to speak. We have Silvia Regina Pontes Lopes. She's a prosecutor. She's a coordinator for subgroups, sub-working groups. She is the under coordinator of a working group in healthcare in the Office of the Prosecutor General. Deluzia Amaral is a justice prosecutor and coordinator of the Committee for Women of the National Association of the Members of the Prosecution Service. Vanessa Lopes is the secretary of the Secretariat for External Control and Sustainable Development of the Court of Accounts. Franciele Cristina Medrado Demati, she's the general coordinator for auditing of economic policies of the Controller General's Office, CGU, and Gloria Merola is an auditor at TCU. She's retired. She's the director for gender equality at ODD-TCU and president of the committee at ODD-TCU for women. So with all of these women, we will now start our debates. I have to tell you that you will have each 5 minutes . We apologize. The speaker's internet connection seems to have been lost. And we have some time to conclude the panel. And we will then have a second round. Our expectation is that we will be able to hear all of your remarks, and then we will have a very efficient debate. Let's start with Silvia Regina. Silvia, you have the floor. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be a part of this panel with such qualified colleagues. My name is Silvia. I'm a mixed race woman. I'm almost white. I have black hair. I'm wearing a red blouse. I'm a member of the Federal Prosecution Service, and I'd like to congratulate you for the presentations. Dr. Laura, congratulations. Dr. Alexandre, congratulations as well. Enlightening presentations. I'm a member of the Federal Prosecution Service. There is transparency in Brazil. We have, well, what I would have to, in terms of comments, there seems to be an administrative aspect that is important, and there are impacts in criminal procedures, also referring to transparency of expenditures. About 4 years ago in Pernambuco, we had several operations during the pandemic, health operations, and in one of them, the Operation Apneia, referring to the sale of pig respirators. It was the purchase was made with federal resources from the health system, and it was an investigation that was very difficult because the state of Pernambuco, when it determined this expenditure, actually it was a municipality of Recife that determined the expenditure. The source was indeterminate, simply SUS health system.
So there was no possibility of identifying the source of the funds, whether it was part of the national fund, the municipal fund, or the state fund. So we have different Brazils within Brazil.
Então, a excelência que nós
So
conhecemos da
the
atuação do
excellence
TCU, muitas
that we
vezes não se
have
reflete
referring to the performance of TCU
não é? Então,
is
eu
not
gostaria de
always
indagar aos
reflected
palestrantes, aos
in the performance of the
conferencistas,
TCEs or the state courts of accounts. So to what extent does this analysis assess the federative structure? And I'd like to suggest that it is necessary to conduct a federative survey, because in the states we have transparency issues. Recommendations have been forwarded to the state of Pernambuco because the Federal Attorney General recommended compliance with the law on uniform sources. So in spite of legislation being in place for more than a decade, there wasn't a standardization of procedures. The resources were forwarded to the state, and without identification in many cases. So this operation is still being discussed regarding the different attributions. One of my colleagues might have some comments on this. So there are several different stages in Brazil regarding the topic. And Alexandre also, the auditor, Alexandre also mentioned the PIX amendments, very controversial. And this hinders the roles of the different authorities.
Então, eu gostaria de saber até que ponto
I'd like to know to what extent the IBP, an international institute, whether it is taking into account or will take into account these specificities of Brazil. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Silvia.
Não, Alexandre.
Alexandre.
Ou Laura.
Or Laura.
Já que a gente vai responder, tá? Rapidinho?
Yes, we will
Sim,
respond
acredito que
quickly.
seja mais fácil.
Yes, I think it's easier.
Senão
It's easier.
podemos nos perder, né, nos
Sim,
questionamentos.
perfeito.
Por favor.
Laura, eu vou falar um pouco, se você quiser depois
Laura,
você
I will speak,
complementa.
and if you wish, you
Não,
can
concordo
add
com você.
to my
Eu trabalhei
response.
muito,
I
não
agree
só
with you. I'm not an
mas eu trabalhei
auditor,
muito no Brasil e
Desculpa,
but
agora...
I have,
Não, é só para dizer que, né,
sorry,
embora é
I'm
uma
not an
profissão muito
auditor,
importante.
although it is a
E depois
very
eu fui
important
pouco
profession.
exposto a essa realidade
I was
internacional. Isso é muito
exposed
interessante,
to the
porque às vezes a gente
international
fica
reality. It's
muito
interesting because
isolado, porque o Brasil é um
often we are
universo.
in isolation. Brazil is a whole
Em termos de
universe
leis, é interessante fazer essa
in terms of
comparação.
laws, and
Então, por
it's
exemplo, a estrutura
interesting
do Brasil é
to
muito
draw
complexa,
this
né? Não
comparison.
é
The
como
structure of
outros
Brazil is
países.
very complex.
Transferências constitucionais, mesmo a estrutura
Constitutional
pensando
transfers and
fiscal, diríamos assim, né? Então, essa pesquisa, ela
so
não...
the
Tem
survey,
países que são unitários, não tem
some
tantos
countries
níveis,
are
é tudo
unitary.
centralizado no
They don't
governo.
have
O
all
orçamento
the different
federal não
levels.
tem
It's all
orçamentos
centralized at the
estaduais
federal
ou
level. There are
municipais, ou
no
mesmo
municipal
não
or
há
state budgets,
receitas
and
próprias dos estados e municípios,
the
como nós
states
temos
and
no Brasil,
municipalities don't
impostos e
have their
competências
own
específicas. Só para
revenues
dizer,
and
a
taxes
estrutura
and so
federativa
on.
do Brasil, ela é
So the
muito
federative structure of Brazil
peculiar e
is
complexa.
very
Essa
peculiar
pesquisa não
and
faz
complex.
a análise
The survey does
do
not
nível subnacional,
analyze
né,
the
federativo dos estados e
subnational
municípios,
level,
mas há
states and
outras organizações no
municipalities,
Brasil que
but
trabalham com
other
essas
organizations
que
in
fazem
Brazil
essas análises.
do
Acho que a gente tem o
conduct
Tesouro
such
Nacional, que vem
analyses.
aprimorando
The
muito,
National
né, a
Treasury
consolidação
has
dos
been
dados também dos
improving the
estados e
consolidation of
municípios, que é
data from
interessante, não dá para
states and
fazer muita
municipalities,
análise sobre isso, mas eu concordo com você, é uma
and I agree with
é um
you.
universo, isso que você
It's a
falou mesmo, né,
universe.
das questões criminais, desvio de
There are the
recursos,
criminal
ou você
aspects, the
tem
resources, the
uma via, uma rubrica orçamentária que, né, na verdade,
a
desconfigurada.
budgetary label that is completely unrecognizable and constitutional obligations that are not complied with. So many issues, but we need greater coordination of transfers from the federal level and classifications at the other levels in order to standardize the budget.
Completamente de acordo contigo
And
sobre as
I
emendas
agree
que
completely
eu
with
falei
you
sobre
regarding the
das
PIX
emendas. Isso é uma
amendments.
fonte de corrupção
It's
e
a
de
source of
desconfiguração
corruption
institucional
and
terrível. Acho que
institutional
mostra um pouco um desequilíbrio, diríamos assim,
unbalance,
poderes
so to
que
speak,
se expressa muito na
among
questão dos recursos. Né?
the
Não sei,
different levels.
temos muitas pessoas
And
aqui do
so
controle interno, externo,
we
do
have
Ministério
people
Público,
here
né, da área jurídica.
from
Acho que isso é
internal control,
urgente
external
ter uma
control, and prosecutor's office. So
regulamentação. Há
this
decisões
is
recentes do
really
Supremo Tribunal
urgent.
Federal.
There's
Logicamente,
the
interesses
recent decision by the
políticos e grupos
Supreme Federal
políticos,
Court. There
em
are
relação a isso,
political
mas isso
interests
não
involved,
existe paralelo em outros
but
países. Acho que é isso que eu
there is
posso
nothing
agregar
similar
para
in
essa
other
discussão.
countries. This
O
is
que
what I
existe
can tell you
parecido é
and
algo
add
que
to the
especialmente
discussion.
em países
Now,
de
in
inspiração
countries
inglesa, né, ex-colônias, o parlamentarismo,
inspired by the
Jamaica,
British or ex-colony, former
Nepal,
colonies,
Índia, em alguns países você
Jamaica,
tem
India,
chamado
Nepal, in
Constituency
some of
Development
these
Funds.
countries, they
Você
are
tem, né, os
constituency
deputados,
development
membros do
funds.
parlamento,
So the members of
uma
parliament
distrital, diríamos assim, né, esse formato
at the district
distrital de
level,
eleição, né, por distritos. E você tem uma
they're
pequena
elected by the districts, and there is a
porcentagem
small
pequenininha, na verdade,
percentage,
para
really
os
small
distritos
percentage,
desses parlamentares, mas tem toda uma
for
regra
use by these
de ser
parliamentarians.
implementado, como que eles
But
dispõem desses
there are
recursos.
rules
Não é
for them
impositivo,
to
no
access
orçamento,
these
pelo menos no caso que eu sei
resources.
mais
It's
um pouco, que é
not
Jamaica,
an
mas
imposition,
é algo
budgetary
muito mínimo
imposition,
para os
but it's
distritos
very small
relacionados a
for
isso. Tem toda uma
districts,
regulamentação e toda uma discussão nesses
and
países no
there
uso
is a
desses
lot of
recursos.
regulation and
Mas o que
discussion
está
about the use
acontecendo
of
no Brasil
such
hoje em dia, mesmo nos Estados
resources
Unidos,
in
que
these
tem
countries,
o
even the
Congresso
US,
Nacional, tem
where
uma
the National
muito
Congress
forte, né, no controle do orçamento público nos Estados Unidos, na aprovação do
exercises strict
orçamento,
control
mas
in terms of approval
tem de
of
longe o
the
que está acontecendo no Brasil
budget,
com essa evolução, né,
but
das emendas
they
e
have nothing
das
similar
emendas
to
relator.
what's going on in
Então, essa é um
Brazil
pouco
with
para
the
também
PIX
a
amendments.
gente colocar essa discussão, né, não é uma prática, e é uma prática que
This
abre para muitos
is
desvios.
a practice
Laura,
that
I don't know if you
makes
want to-
room for a lot of
Ok.
corruption.
Então, passamos para a nossa próxima
So we'll
debatedora.
move on to the next
Deleuze Amaral,
debater,
a palavra é sua.
Deleuze Amaral.
Estamos sem seu áudio, Deleuze.
Deleuze, your audio is off.
Peço desculpas. Muito obrigada, doutora
Thank you,
Aparecida Gugel.
Dr.
Cumprimento
Aparecida
todas e
Gugel.
todos
I'd like to greet all of
através da nossa
you,
mediadora.
and
Gostaria de agradecer a
I would like
oportunidade de
to thank the
participar
opportunity
desse evento,
to
que é de suma
participate in this
importância
event, which is so
para a
important
nossa pauta de
for
construção e efetividade de
the
equidade de gênero
construction
em nosso
and
país.
advancement of gender
Sou Deleuze
equity in the
Amaral,
country.
promotora de
I am
justiça
Deleuze Amaral.
aqui do
I am a
Recife, já
justice
fazendo uma
prosecutor here in
autodescrição. Sou branca,
Recife.
tenho
I am
cabelos
white.
claros.
I
Gosto
have
sempre de dizer, doutora
blonde
Aparecida, sou
hair.
branca, mas tenho uma alma parda, porque eu
I
tenho
am
ascendência parda
white,
também.
but I
E
am
uso
mixed
óculos,
race.
estou usando uma
And
blusa
I
azul
wear
clara
glasses. I'm
e me
wearing
encontro
a
na
light
sede
blue
da Secretaria
blouse.
Cíveis da
I'm
capital, aqui
sitting
no
at
Recife.
the office, at my
E já
office in
adiantando,
Recife,
também, como foi dito,
and
sou coordenadora da
I
Comissão
am
de Mulheres da
coordinator
CONAMP,
of
que
the
de fato,
Women's Commission of CONAM.
doutora Aparecida, nós temos uma atuação
We
não
have,
só com olhar interno,
we work
né?
not
Nós,
only
nós
with an
não só
internal
desenvolvemos uma
focus. We
atividade,
don't
digamos
only
assim,
develop
corporativista, vai muito além disso,
corporativist
porque enquanto
activities.
órgão de classe
It's
nacional
way
do
beyond that.
Ministério Público
As a
Brasileiro, nós
national
sempre
class order
primamos pela
of the
observância
Brazilian
dos
Prosecutor's
interesses
Office,
gerais do
we
Ministério Público, que é
always
exatamente a realização do bem
seek
comum.
and
Então,
pursue the
perpassa
interests
muito
of and
além
common
nossas
good.
ações de
So
uma
this
mera
goes
atividade
beyond
sindicalista.
trade unionist activity and corporate activity. So we promote the defense of vulnerable populations. We presented the agenda for women's protection 2 years ago. We defend victims. In the past 2 years, we've had Conamp Mulher, an event. We've been holding Conamp Mulher, convening a large number of women to discuss gender equality. And we've had the second edition already, and it was an honor to welcome Maria Aparecida Gugel in one of our panels. We hold many discussions and debates. We had a panel to exchange ideas about women's budgets with Dr. Graziani, and I would like to comment that gender-responsive budgets are very fragile in Brazil. In spite of indices that have been presented on the open budget, we see that in terms of transparency, we've had high scores, we've achieved high scores, but in practice, given the lack of specificity of the descriptors, lack of clarity in presentation of the data and visibility of the data, all of us who are involved in the national budgetary process, not only society, but also the auditing bodies and oversight bodies, because the prosecutor's office has a constitutional duty to exercise oversight of public budgets, and even in the criminal sphere. And so the greater clarity, increased visibility are urgently needed to facilitate the work done by all of us. So after this initial comment, I would like to thank Dr. Raquel Branquinho for the invitation. She is a very strong partner in the fight for gender equity in the country. I would like to make a suggestion as a contribution of the Women's Commission of CONAMPs. So of all the indices that have been presented on this occasion, I see that public participation seems to be the weakest. Absence of participation or minimal public participation removes from the budget its democratic nature. So, while the conference speakers were providing information, what can the Brazilian Prosecutor's Office, how can it contribute
to consolidate a budget culture that is more democratic and more sensitive to gender, with a gender perspective? And I also had the idea, once I saw that we have more than 13,000 members in the prosecution office in Brazil, we have a large coverage in Brazil. We have colleagues working all over the country, in all of the municipalities and all of the districts, from the north to the south of the country. Because of this broad coverage, why don't we work together? CONAMP, through its Women's Committee, the Superior School of the Federal Prosecution Office, UN Women, IBP, and other institutions that are interested to participate. Maybe we should meet and we should present a project to raise awareness among the members of our institution The prosecution service in Brazil, especially our members, raise awareness about how to prioritize this agenda, the gender responsive budgeting agenda. So we have to raise awareness so that these members in their own jobs, in the places they work, so that they can involve society, so that they can convince societies, encourage society to participate more in the budget processes, starting with the formulation and the design of the budget legislation in all of the levels of government, in the process of approval of this legislation in Congress, and also in the execution phase of the budget. By doing that, we would be able to increase public participation and we would be more efficient in our public policies. Given our attributions and our mandate, we are the defenders of democracy and citizenship. We already work very closely to society. And we would encourage this participation. We would try to bring more information about the budget, because sometimes we ourselves have doubts, but then we would work in partnership. And at the same time, we could have more effective participation of the public policy councils in our country. And we also have a close dialogue with these councils. We work along with these councils. So this would be a proposal I would make to all of our speakers and to our keynote speakers. Let's work in partnership. Maybe by doing that in the next survey conducted by EBP, maybe our figures will be better in terms of public participation. And there's another aspect. I'll try to speak quickly because there are other people who wish to speak after me. But we could also encourage the executive branch and the legislative branch to open up formal channels to engage society directly or either through civil society organizations, so that citizens can actually participate in public hearings where we debate the annual budget law, and also in the legislative branch. We should have more participation during the approval of the budget. And we could even include suggestions from society. So the public prosecution office, when it's defending society, maybe we could increase this level of social participation in our system, in our budget system, in our budget process. Dr. Aparecida, we won't have a full democracy in our country without gender equality. And as political agents of social transformation, that's what we are. We aim to transform the current reality and improve this reality. We have the duty, not only the prosecution service, all of the public agents have this duty. We have to observe the objectives of our republic. And among these objectives, we aim to have a fair and solidary society. Thank you for this space that I was invited to participate, and you now have the floor. I agree with everything you said. I won't pass the floor to Alexandre or Laura unless you want to say something about what was just commented, because Dr. Deluzzi made a suggestion and we will address this at the end. So I'll pass the floor immediately to Vanessa Lopes de Lima. You have the floor, Vanessa.
Obrigada. Bom
Thank
dia a
you.
todos.
Good morning.
Queria começar agradecendo a oportunidade
Thank
de
you for this
participar desse
opportunity of participating in this
que trata
event,
de tema tão importante.
and it addresses a very
Eu
important
sou
topic.
secretária aqui
I'm
no Tribunal de
secretary
Contas da
at
União,
the Court of
na Secretaria
Accounts.
de Controle
I
Externo
work at the
e
Secretariat for
Sustentável.
External Control
Nessa
and Sustainable
secretaria,
Development. In our
nós
secretariat,
temos várias unidades de
we
auditoria
have
tratando sobre
several
os mais
auditing
variados
units,
temas,
and we focus
entre
on
eles
different topics. Among these
educação,
topics, we focus on
cultura,
education,
esporte,
healthcare,
meio ambiente,
culture,
desenvolvimento
sports,
econômico, regional,
environment,
é bem amplo.
economic
Mas eu
development,
queria
regional
destacar,
development,
né,
and
no
other
início,
topics.
no início do
In,
ano passado,
in the beginning of
2023,
last year,
dentro
in
dessa secretaria, nós criamos
2023,
uma
in
diretoria
this
de direitos
secretariat, we
humanos e
created
equidade.
a Department for Human Rights
E
and Equality.
quando a gente pensou como é que a gente ia
And
atuar
when
em
we
relação a
thought
esses
about
temas, a gente
this,
se viu diante de alguns desafios. E o
we had
caminho
some
que nós
challenges.
optamos foi pela criação de
We
uma
decided to
estratégia,
create a
uma
strategy
estratégia
first,
do Tribunal de Contas
a
para
strategy
lidar
of the Court of
com esse
Accounts
tema. E
to
não
deal with
focado
this
apenas na nossa
topic,
secretaria.
focusing not only
Esse
in
é um
our
tema que
secretariat.
perpassa, você tem que
This is a
transformar nos mais
cross-cutting
variados assuntos.
topic. It
E
involves
na construção dessa
different
estratégia,
areas. And
tinha
when we
realmente
created
a
this
questão da
strategy,
participação, a gente pensou, nós
and
não
we were
podemos fazer
talking
algo
about participation, we
autorreferenciado, só
can't
porque a
do
gente, no tribunal, pensa. Nós precisamos
something
ouvir
in
os
isolation.
beneficiários
We
dessas
have to
políticas,
hear
ouvir
from the
esses grupos
beneficiaries
mais
of these
vulneráveis.
policies. We need to
E
hear from the
dentro,
vulnerable
o
groups.
primeiro passo foi
The
mapear
first step was to
esses
map
grupos, que vai além da questão
who
de
these
gênero.
groups
Mulheres é um dos
were.
grupos.
It goes
Dentro da
beyond
secretaria, nós tratamos
gender.
também questões dentro dos grupos
We
mapeados,
also
negros,
focused
quilombolas,
on the
população
Black
carcerária,
population, Quilombola
crianças,
population, the
idosos,
inmates in
pessoas com
prisons,
deficiência,
the
uma série
elderly,
de
children, teenagers, people with
grupos. São
disabilities.
11 grupos ao total.
We focused
E
on
para cada
11 groups
desses
in
grupos,
total.
a
And for
gente
each of
realizou
these groups,
webinários
we
para ter
held
também essa
webinars
oportunidade
so
de ter
that
a
we
troca com
could
representantes da sociedade
talk to
civil,
representatives from
gestores,
civil society,
beneficiários das
managers,
políticas,
beneficiaries of the
enfim, foi um momento
policies.
muito rico,
It was
né,
a very
de
productive
troca, de
debate.
aprendizado
We
coletivo.
learned a
E a
lot,
partir daí a gente criou
and
essa
based on
estratégia que
that,
ela
we
vai focar
created the
tanto
strategy.
em políticas
It
públicas
focuses
focalizadas, né? A gente
on
agora está realizando,
specific
por
public
exemplo, uma auditoria de
policies.
assédio
We
nas
will have a
universidades federais,
specific
nessas
audit
universidades federais,
focusing
que é o
on
componente
harassment
específico, né, da questão
in 63 public universities.
E mas também a gente, o nosso olhar, ele é mais abrangente, é para se a
But
outra
we have a broader
nossa, por exemplo, que
perspective.
cuida da parte de
There's
infraestrutura,
another
for
secretariat of
fazer,
ours that takes
por
care of
exemplo, uma
infrastructure.
auditoria no
So
mercado
if I'm
híbrido,
going
será
to
que
have
não
an
essa
audit on
auditoria
a cash transfer
cabe uma
program,
questão de auditoria com foco em equidade?
so couldn't we have a focus on equality and
Olhar
equity
diferenciado
during that
para determinado
audit?
grupo, por
Shouldn't
exemplo,
we
mães,
focus on a specific
solos,
group, mothers, single mothers?
criam família, elas deveriam ter algum tipo de prioridade,
Should
por
they be
exemplo?
prioritized
Esse
or
olhar
not?
transversal que a gente quer trazer
That's the
em qualquer
cross-cutting
auditoria que o Tribunal de
perspective
Contas
that we
for
want
fazer,
to
sobre qualquer
include
assunto,
in
para
any
que
of
essa
our audits.
reflexão, se
Whenever
naquela
we're
determinada
auditing any
auditoria,
topic,
ela
we
tem
want
a
to reflect
oportunidade da gente
if
ter
there's
esse
any
olhar
opportunity
mais específico
of
para a
focusing
equidade, né?
specifically on
Além da
equality and
eficiência, da
equity.
efetividade, da
Obviously, we will
eficácia,
consider
esse olhar
efficiency,
específico para a
effectiveness,
equidade.
but we
E
also want to
seria
focus
importante, às vezes,
on
a gente pode
equity.
ter uma
It's
política
important.
pública que ela
Maybe we
funciona,
might
mas às vezes ela
have a
está
public
ampliando
policy, it's
desigualdades.
working,
Se ela
but
não tiver um
maybe
recorte
it's
específico, se ela não tiver
expanding
um olhar
inequalities,
segmentado.
it's
Então, a gente tem
promoting
trabalhado
inequalities
muito
if it's not
aqui
paying
sobre
attention to this
essa
dimension.
perspectiva.
So that's what we
E,
have been trying
e
to
aí eu
do.
queria fazer duas
And
considerações
I
bem
have two
específicas.
remarks to make
Também sobre a questão da participação popular,
about
que a Delúcia também trouxe,
public
né?
participation.
Porque
Lucy
a gente
also
está muito
talked about
aquém
this.
ainda, né? Quando a gente compara
We're
com
far
os indicadores
behind
que
when
foram
we
passadas,
compare this
informações que
to
foram
other
passadas, a
indicators
gente vê
based
o
on the
quanto
presentations
ainda a
we
gente
just
tem que
saw.
caminhar
We see
em
that we
relação
have
a esse
to
tema.
make a
Então, eu
lot of
queria
progress
fazer uma
on
pergunta
this
sobre,
area.
na
So I
verdade,
have a
sobre os
question
oradores. Que recomendações, né? O que
for the
nós
speakers.
poderíamos fazer
What could we
para que a gente
do
tivesse um orçamento mais acessível, né, para a
so
população
that our
geral?
budget
Se
could be more
conseguíssemos ter uma
accessible to
melhor
the population in
compreensão
general,
do
so
que
that the
se
population
trata,
could better
de como
understand the
lidar com
budget,
essas questões,
what's
para que
it
essa
all
participação
about,
popular ela possa ser
so that
ampliada.
popular
E que
participation
boas
can
práticas, né,
grow. And
internacionais
what
a
are
gente
the
tem
good
sobre isso? Que
international
países estão
practices that we
conseguindo
can
fazer isso de
apply?
uma forma
What are the
positiva e
countries that are
possam, né,
capable
ser
of doing
exemplos, ser um
that and
benchmark
have successful cases that can be used as a benchmark for that. And also accessibility of this information is important. Specifically involving gender, how can we better communicate this to the population? How can we show the gender budgeting policies? Alex talked about effectiveness, and this is very much aligned with our work here in the Court of Audit. So how can we be clearer? How can we give greater access to this information? How can we communicate better with the population so that they can get more involved? Considering that our legislation is from 1964 and it was included in our legal framework and accepted in our legal framework, but it doesn't cover all of the complexity of our budget. There are several draft bills to change this legislation so that we can better regulate this. But what's the impact that this has? This legal gap that we have, what's the impact that this has in transparency and public participation? And I apologize, Dr. Maria Aparecida. I didn't describe myself in the beginning, but I want to do that now. I'm a mixed race woman. I have dark hair and dark eyes. I'm 45 years old. I'm sitting in the front of my computer. Behind me, you see a window with curtains, and I'm using a black blouse. I'm wearing a black blouse. Thank you, Vanessa. Regardless of the moment, before, during, or after, the important thing is that we do something. Thank you. Alexandre or Laura, do you want to address any of the questions? I'm speaking a bit more because I understand the Brazilian context a bit better. Laura, if you want to say anything, please do so as well. Bring us your perspective if you wish. Great, Vanessa. I didn't know the Secretariat. I didn't know about these activities in the Court of Audit concerning different groups, the groups you mentioned. That's great, because when we talk about participation, there are several levels of participation. And usually these are institutional mechanisms for social participation, because if not, we will cover informal methods as well. Brazil is quite innovative in this area when compared to other countries. But the participatory budget appeared in Brazil. Brazil is always a benchmark. It changed a lot since the 80s. There are several studies that already exist, but it's an idea to be considered, having part of the budget that is discussed directly with the population.
It's not only about efficiency in the allocation of resources and catering to people's needs, it's also an educational process. People need to understand how it works. The process of participation is also about education of citizens. And an interesting example, South Africa. You mentioned Minha Casa, Minha Vida. So just to give you an example, we are talking about popular participation and also responding to the LUSI, how the prosecutor's office can be more active through its network all over the country. It's about connecting with people's realities, whatever the level, and listening to them and responding. In South Africa, there are the informal settlements, the precarious settlements, without bathrooms. So the government provides those chemical toilets through
Ouvir uma
contracts,
da comunidade, como que eles utilizam aquilo. E às vezes
and but
grave problema de
they
banheiro, porque os banheiros,
don't
eles
have any
eram
contact with the
longe das casas.
communities.
E as
And there
mulheres
was a
muitas vezes
problem
sofriam
because the
estupro,
toilets were
sexual
located
ou
far from their
assédio na
homes,
ida ao banheiro
and
que
they
somente à
suffered
noite. Então,
harassment
na
when they
conversa
went
com quem
to the
estava
toilet
acessando aquele
at
serviço
night.
público, foi
And
identificado
so
que não, tem
after
que ter
talking to the users of that public equipment,
tem toda uma
they
discussão
found the
que
need to make
própria
changes.
licitação,
And
o
even
que
the
se chama disso, quando você faz
procurement
plano para licitar, que é
process, the
termo
plan
mais
that was
especial
made,
jurídico
the
disso. Se quiser falar,
the
Glória.
legal documents that are
Isso, o edital.
the
O
the
edital da
public
licitação foi construído em
call
consulta com as mulheres, né? Então, assim, quando você fala da Minha Casa Minha Vida,
for the
pra que
procurement
o
of the
projeto
toilets
arquitetônico,
was
tá de
prepared
acordo
together
com as
with the women.
necessidades
So
das
you need to
mulheres,
be
com a
aware whether
necessidade, né,
the
do cuidado das crianças.
architectural
Existem, às vezes,
aspects of
tem
the
esse
house, for
aspecto na
instance,
participação,
cater
na
to women's
implementação e
needs, to
na
children's
própria,
needs. We forget this in the
quando você
implementation
vai fazer o edital para comprar
phase when
serviço
we
ou fazer uma obra.
prepare
Então, só um exemplo de
documentation
que
for a
se
public work
conectar,
or
como vocês
service.
estão fazendo,
So
né, em todos os
the
níveis,
need
dentro
for
da Comissão
connection
Institucional de
at
cada
all
órgão,
levels,
e em
according
todos os
to
órgãos,
the
Ministério Público,
institutional
TCU,
role
não
of
só
each
podem ter espaços
body.
formais mesmo
The
de consulta e participação a
TCU,
partir
for
de suas
instance,
atribuições.
can set
No
up
caso do Brasil,
formal
né, a
spaces for
iniciativa do
consultation. In the
a
case of
questão
Brazil,
todos
as
dos
mentioned by
conselhos, né,
Sylvia,
como que a gente pode
we
fazer
have
os
the
conselhos realmente
councils.
mais
How can the
efetivos?
councils
Haja
become
uma
more
estrutura
effective?
institucional. Há
With an
diversos conselhos do direito
institutional
das mulheres
structure,
nos
there are
estados e
several
municípios.
women's
Como é que estão esses
rights
conselhos? Eles estão
councils in the
esvaziados?
states and
Qual é? Então,
municipalities.
assim, acho que do ponto de vista
So
do
how are
Ministério
they
Público,
doing?
seria muito
From the
interessante dar
point
uma
of view
olhada,
of
assim,
the
né,
prosecutor's
nos
office, it would
estados,
be
no
interesting
município, participar,
in the states,
fortalecer
in the
esses espaços.
municipalities, to strengthen
E
these spaces.
então esse é um pouco o que eu coloco. Uma coisa importante também, essas iniciativas podem ser ad
Another
hoc. Eu não
important
sei como é que tá no
aspect,
TCU, né, mas
these
acho muito
initiatives
interessante
can be
você
ad
criar
hoc.
uma estratégia, divulgar
At the
essa
TCU,
estratégia,
you
né,
created a
para a
strategy,
população. Então,
publicized a
tentar o máximo
strategy.
possível que isso
So as
seja
much
numa
as
portaria,
possible,
numa norma, para
try
que
to
não
include
seja uma
this
iniciativa de grupo
in
pequeno,
an
para que ganhe
administrative order
institucionalidade. Um
to
exemplo
make this
internacional,
institution, to establish this
em
within the
Quirguistão, por
institution.
exemplo, que é um
In
país que eu
Kyrgyzstan,
trabalho lá
for
também,
instance, I
eles têm
worked there in
LRF
Kyrgyzstan.
deles, na lei que
They
institui o
have
orçamento,
a law
obrigação
on the
do Congresso
budget, the
realizar algumas
budgetary law. It is
obrigações específicas com
an
datas,
obligation of
de quando o governo tem
Congress to
que
hold
fazer,
public hearings. There are specific
soltar
dates
informação, como
set.
que faz com
There are
os
dates
inputs,
for
as
the
sugestões que
publication
foram
of
recebidas. Então, isso
information
também é uma coisa
and what is
interessante,
done
né?
with the
Você
contributions
ter
and inputs
isso
received.
institucionalizado. Há
So all
muitas
this
mudanças
is
hoje, né? O governo Lula
established
tem
institutionally.
essa ímpeto da
The
participação social.
Lula
Há
government
muito
is all
aquém ainda,
about
mas algumas novidades
popular
poderão ser
participation.
acompanhadas aí no Executivo Federal.
Still,
A última coisa que eu vou falar sobre a Lei
there's a lot to be
4.220,
strengthened,
que
but
tem decreto-lei também de
this
200
is
de
in place. And so there
também
there
regula alguns aspectos orçamentários, que está
are
sendo
laws
discutido.
that are
Alguns
being
consultores trabalhando
discussed
nisso. Eu não
and
lembro
consultants
quem,
working on
o
it. I don't
Ministério
remember
da
exactly. I think it
SPEC,
was
fez
the
uma
Ministry of
contratação
Planning
daí de alguns consultores
that
para repensar
hired consultants
exatamente.
to
Embora do ponto
review.
de vista contábil são leis que
But
eles,
from
elas
an
estão aí porque
accounting point
funcionam,
of
né, do
view,
ponto de vista
the
contábil
laws work.
financeiro,
They're
mas está
old,
muito
but they
aquém
work.
de uma
But
gestão
they're
mais
still,
participativa das complexidades que a gente tem hoje no país, então
they
merecem
could
mesmo,
allow for
a própria
greater popular
Constituição que traz, o
participation.
PPA
And
e o
the
LOA e a LOA,
Constitution, the
mas para a
PPA,
gente
the
também
LDA,
ter sempre, que a
DA,
gente
and
quer
the
avançar, mas
LOA,
ao mesmo tempo há
we want to
movimentos
advance, but
institucionais
there are
de
institutional
fragilizar,
movements
né? Isso que a gente tem, fragilizar
that
o PPA,
weaken
fragilizar a lógica
the multi-year
da
plan,
programação
the
orçamentária,
rationale of
os
budgetary
programas, as ações orçamentárias.
programming.
O tempo inteiro essa lógica aí de contrária. Então, para a gente ter
We're always
isso, que a gente está num momento em que acho que as nossas
facing
lideranças
barriers,
políticas,
and so our political leaders
enfim, não estão tão preocupadas aí
don't seem to be very
negócios mais institucionais, né? Então,
concerned
eu acho muito interessante essa, né,
with
vocês, uma
institutional
iniciativa do
advances.
TCU,
At
da
the
CGU, como que esses órgãos
prosecutor's
são tão
office,
importantes
TCU,
você ter
CGU, it's so important
servidores públicos
to have
permanentes,
public servants,
independentes,
permanent
que
staff
podem manter essa institucionalidade
that can work
local, né?
independently
Mas eu
and
diria, há
that
muitos
can
exemplos, a gente
enhance
pode, sua provocação,
these
Deleuze,
structures,
tem várias
improve these
ideias,
structures.
realmente, que a gente
Deleuze
pode fazer,
I have many ideas regarding what the prosecutor's office can do, and there are several international experiences that we can share with you.
Laura,
Thank
quer
you,
fazer algum
Alexandre.
comentário?
Laura, would you like to
Yes,
make
I
any
just
comments?
want to make a brief highlight on something. I think Alex did a wonderful work of covering the possibilities and lessons on public participation. I just want to highlight an earlier point that Alex mentioned because and thank you, Dr. Vanessa. She mentioned how can we better communicate this? And going back to what Alexander mentioned, he mentioned the citizens' budget. This document has a duality sort of like function. So it has the transparency component of simplifying the budget information to population, but also it has a participatory nature because it simplifies the language. It allows for all type of the population, not just for the elite, but just really break down the information and make it more accessible. The survey, when it assesses the citizens' budget, it refers basically a citizen's budget for the budget proposal or the enacted budget, but it's considered a good practice that this simplified document is produced for all the 8 documents. Even further, there are some examples from other countries, for example, South Africa, that Alexander also mentioned, of a citizen's budget for children that highlight information on specific work and policies for children. So yes, I just wanted to highlight that is beyond the standard practices that is possible. Another indicator of the survey also assess, and earlier Alexander highlighted this, if there is the possibility of consultation on what information is relevant for these communities and populations. So it's just not that the government produced a document, but that also there is consideration and a dialogue on what information the public considers relevant to be informed and have an interested debate on the budget. So yes, just wanted to highlight that that information. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Laura. Então,
Thank you, Laura.
vou seguir aqui com
I
as
will
nossas debatedoras.
continue
Só
here
um
with
minutinho que saiu da minha tela aqui. Eu tô
the
tentando ler
debaters.
também
I'm trying to read
chat
here
aqui com a ajuda da
the chat
Luciene.
with
E aí,
Luciane's
ao final,
help.
eu faço
And
as
at the end,
colocações,
I will
Luciene.
make
Franciele, por
some
gentileza, a palavra é
comments. Franciele, you have the floor now.
Bom dia.
Good
Bom dia a
morning.
todos. Sou a Franciele Medrado.
I'm
Sou
Franciele
coordenadora-geral
Medrado,
de política de
General Coordinator for
econômica
Economic
do Escola de
Auditing
Políticas Econômicas da
Policies
CGU.
for CGU.
Bom,
The-
me descrevendo rapidamente.
So,
eu
describing
sou
myself,
branca,
I am
tenho
white,
cabelos escuros,
I have dark hair,
estou usando uma roupa
I'm
preta com azul
wearing
marinho.
black and navy
Bom,
blue blouse.
partindo aqui para o debate, com relação
Now,
ao que foi exposto,
regarding
o primeiro
the
ponto que eu acho que
discussion
seria
here, the
interessante
first
trazer
point
é o
I'd
que
like to make
o
is
Alexandre trouxe sobre a questão das emendas
related
parlamentares.
to
Achei bem
the
interessante.
parliamentary
Acho que é um
amendments.
contraponto quando a gente
Very
fala de transparência
interesting.
no orçamento,
When
né?
we talk about
Hoje essas
transparency
emendas têm
in the
crescido
budget,
bastante. A
these
gente, enquanto CGU, fomos demandados pelo
amendments
próprio
have been
STF
growing.
também.
As
Nós
CGU,
estamos
the
realizando ainda
Supreme
diversos
Federal Court
trabalhos
also asked us
no
to
âmbito da CGU como um todo
analyze
sobre
and
as emendas parlamentares.
review the
A
parliamentary
gente,
amendments.
dentro da minha coordenação,
So in
nossa
my
equipe
coordination,
encaminhou o
our
primeiro
team
relatório no final de
forwarded
agosto,
an
justamente
initial
trazendo um pouco dessa
report
questão
in
de
late
como
August
que essas emendas
on
parlamentares
how these
elas
parliamentary
acabam
amendments
prejudicando a coordenação
end up
governamental.
hindering government
A gente não
coordination.
consegue ter uma vinculação entre aquelas
It's
prioridades
not possible to
governamentais
connect
e
the,
as
it makes it
políticas, né,
impossible to
para as
connect
quais
the
esses
government
recursos estão sendo
priorities
alocados
and the
nos estados e
policies that
municípios.
resources
A
and
gente
funds are being
realmente
allocated to in
muitas
the
vezes
states and
enxerga
municipalities.
que está sendo
Often
tirado
we
recurso,
see
porque a gente tem um
that
indicador orçamentário do PAC, Então a gente viu isso.
resources
A
are
gente
being
às vezes tira recurso ali do PAC para poder
removed
aplicar
from the Growth Acceleration
executadamente
Program
numa quadra poliesportiva,
to
impacto
be
muito
invested in a
específico.
multi-sport
Então, a gente
court,
observa muita
for instance,
pulverização
very
dessa questão da
local
aplicação dos recursos.
application. So we see
E
a
eu
lot of
acredito que
pulverizing
a gente
in the application of
tendo essa questão
resources,
de
fragmentation,
prejudicar a própria
and
transparência da aplicação dos
this
recursos,
hinders transparency
e
in
prejudicar
the
também
use of
ações
resources and
estruturantes
also
do governo,
hinders
pode
the
ser que
government's
isso também
structuring
venha
actions.
a prejudicar também a gente enxergar essa
It can
alocação
also
em políticas públicas maiores,
hinder
por exemplo, políticas públicas
the
aqui
the
voltadas para
observation
mulheres, né?
of
Alguns exemplos que a gente pode
or
enxergar.
verification of resources used in
Então,
women's
eu enxergo
policies,
isso
for
de uma forma
instance.
bem ruim.
So
Essa
I
questão
see
da
this as very
participação
negative.
que vocês trouxeram também
You
com
spoke
relação
about
à
participation
pesquisa que a gente,
and the survey
enquanto Brasil, a gente está com uma nota menor.
that
Vocês também já
indicates that
explanaram um pouco mais aqui, né?
Brazil
Eu também
has
entendi, a
achieved
gente
a
entendeu de uma
low
forma
score.
geral
And
que
so we
a gente não
understand
tendo
in
essa
general
participação
that
pública no
without public
decorrer, de repente, da
participation
formulação da própria LOA,
along the
pode ser que também
formulation of
prejudique
the
essa questão de
budgetary law,
alocação de
this
recursos para
can
políticas
also
voltadas às mulheres,
hinder
porque eu acho que a
the
gente perde
allocation
um
of
pouco
resources to women's
o
policies
entendimento do problema em si, o
because
que
we
essas
lose
mulheres
sight
realmente
of the
precisam
problem. We
para a
don't
gente alocar
understand
realmente
what
essa,
women really
esses
need
recursos
in order
voltados
for us
para a
to
política
allocate
pública que realmente
resources
vai atender a necessidade dessas
to
mulheres.
policies that will really
Outra
cater
questão
to the needs
que
of
chamou a
women.
atenção também
Another aspect
se a gente consegue também ter marcadores
is that
orçamentários
if we
dentro
can have
do nosso orçamento
budgetary
público,
markers within our public
de tal
budget
forma que a gente
in
consiga
such a way
posteriormente
that
fazer
we can
uma avaliação se essas
later
políticas públicas
conduct an
realmente
evaluation
estão
on
chegando
whether
para as mulheres. Por
the
exemplo,
public policies
a minha
are
equipe
reaching
fez
women. My
uma
team
coleta de dados aqui de orçamento, do
collected
orçamento público, e a gente enxergou que
public budget
18% do
data,
orçamento
and
público
we
parece estar voltado
see
ali
that
para ações para as
18% of
mulheres,
the public
né? Pelo
budget
menos a gente
seems
faz
to
uma busca
be
lá, mulheres, a
targeting
gente
women.
enxerga ações orçamentárias, 18%
So
das ações orçamentárias
we
voltadas para
found
mulheres.
18% of
Mas em que
budgetary
até
actions
qual nível
targeting women. But
a gente consegue
what
enxergar
is
que
the
essas ações
level?
orçamentárias realmente estão chegando na ponta
What,
e
how can
realmente
we
estão
be sure
trazendo
that these
retorno
actions are
para essas
reaching
mulheres?
women and
Que eu
are
acho que
really
poderia
benefiting
ser
them?
dos pontos também.
That could be another
Que
point.
eu gostaria aqui de pontuar. Eu tinha trazido aqui algumas perguntas também
I
para fazer
have some
para
questions
vocês.
also.
Talvez de alguma forma vocês já tenham respondido, que era com
You might
relação
have
à
answered
participação
already
pública,
regarding public
de que forma que a
participation
gente conseguiria realmente trazer essas mulheres para
and
esse
how
debate.
we
A
can
gente
include
viu
women
que agora
in
para
the
esse PPA a
discussion.
gente teve uma
For the current
participação,
multi-year
né,
plan,
PPA
we
participativo.
had a participatory
Foi bem
process,
melhor do que vinha
was much
sendo
better
anteriormente, né? A gente teve essa
than
abertura,
before.
uma maior discussão dentro do
So there
PPA.
was more
Mas de que forma
discussion
que vocês
of the
poderiam,
multi-year
que
plan,
vocês
the
enxergam que a gente
PPA.
poderia também
But
trazer isso
how
para a LOA, para a discussão da
can we
LOA, às
bring
vezes para a
this
própria discussão da
to the
LDO,
discussion
cada
of the
tem sua
LOA and the
particularidade,
LDO?
a gente tem muita complexidade.
Because there's a
Vocês
lot of
enxergam que, de
complexity.
repente,
Do you believe
aplicativos, a gente
that
utilizar essa
perhaps the
questão
use of
digital
apps
poderia ajudar nisso?
and
Em aumento da
digital
participação
resources
daqueles
could help
públicos, daqueles nichos que a
increase
gente pretende atingir
participation
para
of those
trazer para o
segments
orçamento?
that we intend to
Ou
target
não, ou de repente realmente a
and
gente
that we
está
want
aberto àquela questão, né,
and
do
whose
percentual lá,
participation we
conversando,
want to
eu ter um lugar
increase?
maior? Como é que
Or
vocês
should
ponderariam
face-to-face
isso? Como é que vocês poderiam
conversations,
trazer pouco de contribuição
would
nesse sentido?
face-to-face conversations be more effective?
Obrigada, Franciele. Pois não,
Thank
Alexandre
you,
ou
Franciele.
Laura.
Alexandre or Laura, do you have anything to
Várias
add?
perguntas e
No,
reflexões.
excellent
É,
questions,
sobre
Franciele.
participação, assim, desde o ponto de vista da sociedade civil, na
Concerning
política pública
social
brasileira da década de
participation,
80,
the participation of civil
da
society,
participação nos temas econômicos.
there's always a
Muitas
difficulty of
vezes,
participating in economic systems, even in councils and conferences. We have several recommendations from these conferences that have a budget impact, but they don't discuss the budget. So we still lack a discussion about the public budget so that we can actually make these recommendations from society become something concrete. So when you talked about the possibility of having discussions about the annual budget law before it's sent, before the executive branch sends the proposal to Congress, you would discuss it. In 2023, there were several changes that were implemented. So we have to assess this process. We have to assess if it was effective or not, if the suggestions were received, were incorporated, and how do we incorporate that in the budget cycle? How can we participate in the budget guidelines law? How do you set priorities and references for the budget? Surplus, can we have that participation in this process? But it has to happen effectively. Who should discuss this? Who should participate in these discussions? That's possible. We have examples from other countries. We have some novelties that have been implemented by the General Secretariat, but it's hard. In economic and financial decisions, it's hard to participate. We have some laws about healthcare, and there's a discussion about having a discussion about these laws before sending them to Congress. So if you have the legal framework, it makes it easier to have the discussion. And in the fiscal responsibility law, especially to our colleagues from the prosecution service, in the fiscal responsibility law, you should maybe encourage public hearings to be held. And this allows other institutions to put pressure on the government, and that's important. Something else that I'd like to mention about the amendments, just a relevant figure. We have the mandatory expenditures that have to be spent with the payroll, with pensions. There are several mandatory expenses included in the budget. And we have the discretionary expenditures that are becoming smaller and smaller. When we talk about the military pensions, this is a topic that the Court of Audit has analyzed in the past years because it will become a big liability in the future. In 2015, 4% of the discretionary expenditures were directed to amendments. And this past year's 25% of the discretionary expenditures. So you have reduced the possibility of having policies for vulnerable groups or women because, not only because of what you said, because of the pulverization of these resources, there's no rationale, there's no public planning rationale behind that, but also the amount of these amendments. They put a lot of pressure on the discretionary expenditures of the government. This is a distortion, in my opinion. So you have participation, people come and participate, but if you don't see the results, people are dismotivated. They don't want to participate any longer. I talked to the minister, I talked to this person or that person about doing this or that, and then the minister for women can't even implement her own policies in the government. And one of the reasons for that are these individual amendments by Congress, because they're eating up 25% of the budget, of the discretionary budget. I pass the floor to Gloria Merola. She's our senior auditor in this panel. We're very proud of that. Gloria, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning.
Aliás, todos não, só Alex, né? Embora outras pessoas estejam nos ouvindo
And also Alex, it's not only women here with us. We have Alex with us as well.
Eu queria primeiro me descrever.
I want to describe myself. I'm a white person. I have gray hair. I use big glasses, and I'm wearing a white blouse. I had to leave a bit because my grandkids just got here, and I had to use these headsets because there was a lot of noise from my grandkids. I'm a federal auditor for external control in the TCU. I have been retired ever since 2015, and I want to share with you some experiences in the auditing area. I'm an expert in operational auditing. It's a type of audit that has been contributing to this debate. I began in the last century, so to speak, working with operational auditing. Vanessa is my colleague. She's very young. She doesn't know several things about operational auditing that happened in the past, how it all began, how we included the E for equality, how this was incorporated in our assessments in the Court of Accounts. And now this appears in our audit manual in the TCU. It was included in the beginning of the 2000s. Starting in the 2000s, we had a new direction. We had to work more with equity in our audits. And this topic is being very much discussed. And now we have a horrible budget. It's more than a secret budget. It's a haunting budget. It's a dangerous budget from the perspective of democracy and of our control instruments. And I'll now focus on this gap between transparency and social participation. Although we do have a lot of figures, reports, forms, and these are the instruments for social participation, we still have low public participation. That's interesting because Alex can confirm this. Ever since the 80s, after the Constitution was enacted, the female movement became very active. We have CEFEMIA. Yesterday, we had a discussion with Gilda. Gilda is an icon for us. She's a reference in this work of female participation, of taking ownership of the budget. Gilda talks about the importance of being present in Congress, women being present. So we have to provide instruments so that this type of participation can actually happen. Not only women, but everybody should participate in National Congress. And she used a sentence which I found interesting. She said the following: the budget in the palm of our hands. But in order to have the budget in your hands, we have to have a user-friendly format for the budget. Something else that was already mentioned by several speakers, but I'd like to reinforce, is literacy. I was searching this on Google. We have gender literacy, but financial literacy, so that we can understand interest rates, inflation, but fiscal literacy, budgetary literacy, that's not something very clear. There's a lot of information about the budget, but we have to train, we have to educate civil society so that they can better perform their role in Congress. It's very important to have this capacity building effort. Deluzzi talked about this in the prosecution service. The prosecution service works very closely with the population. And making this technical language, this jargon more accessible, that's a challenge for us. We know that in the legislative branch, there's a door. There's a way of putting pressure on Congress, but in the executive branch, that doesn't happen as much. We do have committees for social participation, and we know, based on experience, that the presence of the population at the door of the congressman, that's important to put pressure on them. And this pressure from civil society has to exist and persist. Gilda talked about this. Technology has to be used in the favor of women and these vulnerable groups. We're talking about gender budgeting, so that's why I'm talking specifically about women, but there are other groups. So we have to use CIAFI and other systems in a way that is more accessible to the lay audience. Gilda said that CIAFI was very important. When she understood CIAFI, she used it as a tool for her mission. And we also have CIOP, which is the operation system. The executive branch is very closed to the population. And it's very easy for a man to disqualify female participation in these instances. All they have to do is simply show that they don't speak the same language. Simply, they say women don't have the capability of having a dialogue using technical language. That's something that happens very frequently, even in forums that are chaired by women. That's very common, having this type of man-interrupting or this type of discrimination against women with regards to the use of technical language. That's something that concerns us. And just to conclude, I'd like to talk about another matter. Alexandre talked about this in South Africa. He talked about restrooms. In operational audits, we have a window of opportunity so that we can come closer to the population. The operational auditing manuals, I prepared and I participated in the drafting of all of these manuals. And there's a concern of bringing the population to the auditing process. That doesn't mean that we're going to carry the NGOs in our shoulders. I'm against this vision. The public has to participate when you work with the scope of your audit. So we have a dialogue with civil society. The auditor is not a general expert in whatever they're auditing. They need experts. They need to hear the universities, but they also need to hear representatives from civil society. That's very important. And obviously, at the end of that, we have to know who the beneficiaries are, who are our target audiences. We have to interact with them in the field, on site. Now we have telework. I'm not quite sure if auditors are working in the field. We would go into places in Brazil where we were in a boat, the boat turned over, and suddenly I was in my office and I received a photograph of a colleague of ours that fell into the water because he was there conducting an audit in the field. So we have to observe the behavior of the managers, of the beneficiaries. That's basic. That's something we have to do. And that's something we always did in our work.
So the final result, when we get to the audit findings, this is also shared with the public. It's important for them to realize that our recommendations, what are our recommendations to improve that public policy or program? Civil society needs to own these recommendations. They need not only to pressure managers, but also
buscar do próprio tribunal quais foram as ações que o tribunal
question the court regarding what actions the court developed in order to monitor the recommendations. So it's very important. The court in any place in the world,
as entidades superiores de controle
the
externo,
supreme audit institutions are responsible for accountability. They tell the National Congress and the public what is being done with public money and what kind of application, how it's being used. So the more the Court of Accounts, and I'm talking about the systems. My experience is in the Court of Accounts, but I'm also director for the Association of External Control of the Court.
Entre os nossos colegas, né? Eu procuro trazer essa experiência do tribunal também para os outros.
I try to bring the experience of the courts to other courts. The court system can contribute greatly. As Alexandre spoke of South Africa, one example of an audit conducted by the court, it was an audit of the cistern program. The cistern, we went to the field with all the pertinent information. When we got there, the team, in addition to trying to identify through georeferencing where the program was operating and whether they were reaching the communities that really needed those cisterns or water wells. And so we had an interesting insight. When we got there, we realized that the population targeted by the program was a population with a lower level of vulnerability. It was about, the program was about storing rainwater in cisterns, but in order to collect rainwater, you need a roof and you need channels to take this to the cistern. But most of the northeastern population, which was the target and had the profile for this program, they didn't have roofs compatible with this collection. So these were very poor. They lived in very poor houses and they didn't have this kind of covering or roof. So we found that the program, and that's where the cross-cuttingness of policies comes in. There needed to be a connection with the housing program because the mechanism for collecting rainwater needed to be improved. So these are things that the auditor will see in the field. And so these are some considerations regarding the potential of such work. And I also want to congratulate Vanessa on the new Secretariat's initiative. But we do have an important window in our audit work to incorporate civil society, especially Black women. Sorry, I forgot. I want to thank our sponsors, UN Women and the Higher School of the Prosecutor's Office, which have provided all the technical resources for us to conduct this seminar. Thank you, Gloria. To listen to you is always a pleasure. You're very practical and very hands-on and very experienced, right, Vanessa? She provoked you. She provoked you during her comments.
Desculpa, eu queria só colocar aqui
I
para
just wanted
Glória
to say to Gloria that the manuals are wonderful. And when we present the strategy, we always say we are not inventing anything. This is all from our operational manual. We are
estratégico, viu?
simply
Mas a gente
planning
sempre
in a
fala,
more
o Paulo Gomes
strategic
aqui,
fashion.
você conhece bem
Paulo
ele, tá
Gomes, you
à
know
frente
him
também
really
junto com a
well.
gente lá nessa estratégia. E
He's
amanhã,
working
inclusive,
with
ele
us
vai
on
estar
the
apresentando
strategy,
aqui
and
um dos
tomorrow he
painéis.
will
E uma
present
das
here
coisas
in
que
one of the panels. And
isso, e uma das coisas que a gente sempre fala quando a
one
gente vai apresentar nas outras unidades
something that we
fala,
always
ninguém
mention
está
when we
inventando
present to
nada,
other
esse azinho
units
de
is
equidade
that
está lá no nosso manual
we
de
are
política
not
operacional.
inventing anything. You
Então, a
know,
gente
the
só está
equity
trazendo
aspect
olhar
is
focado para
reflected
esses
in
11
our
grupos que
manual,
foram mapeados
operational
para
manual. We're
trazer essa
just
cultura,
focusing a bit more,
fortalecer essa cultura
targeting these
multidisciplinar.
11
Não
groups
seria
in order to
possível se a gente não
strengthen the
tivesse
culture
começado lá
in the
atrás,
court. But this
com
wouldn't be
vocês na época.
possible
Isso é
if you hadn't
maravilhoso ouvir,
started
sabe,
this
Vanessa?
way
Porque
back then.
mostra que as
That's
nossas
wonderful to hear,
instituições
Vanessa. It
têm
shows that
histórias,
our
né? E
institutions
essas
have
histórias,
histories,
elas
and
são
these
produzidas
histories
por cada
are
integrante,
produced
por cada
by
homem, por
each
cada mulher que
member,
passa por
each
elas,
man, each
né?
woman
O que a
working
gente
in
não
them.
quer nas
What we
nossas
don't want
instituições
in our
é conflito
institutions
intergeracional. Isso
is
não pode existir de
intergenerational
maneira nenhuma,
conflict.
né?
We
Porque
don't want
nós
conflicts between
efetivamente,
generations because
institucionalmente e
we
pessoalmente estamos sempre
institutionally and
em
personally,
evolução. Mas
we are
muito
always
obrigada,
evolving.
e muito
Thank
obrigada,
you.
Glória.
And thank you, Gloria.
Pergunto a Alexandre e a Laura se querem fazer mais alguma
Alexandre,
colocação.
Laura,
Eu tenho
do
que
you have
agora
any
encaminhar
final
para
comments, any
encerramento
comments? Because
desse
I
nosso
need
painel.
to
Pois não, Alexandre,
summarize
pois não,
and close
Laura.
our
Não,
panel.
eu
So
queria
feel
agradecer,
free,
foi muito bom
Alexandre
ouvir
and
a
Laura.
Glória
It was
mencionar a
great to
Gilda,
hear
o
Gloria
Cefêmia, que é
mentioning
uma
Gilda
ativista na
and
história da
Cefemia,
educação infantil
an
de
important
muitos anos, todo o
activist
trabalho da
in the
Cefêmia de
area of
formação também desse
gendered
letramento, né,
budgets. And
fiscal em todo o país,
so
o SOS Corpo, que é uma
the
organização feminista
SOS
de Pernambuco, também super
Corpo from
importante, articulação de mulheres
Pernambuco, very
brasileiras,
important, the
como
articulation
os
of
grupos feministas,
Brazilian
organizações de
women.
mulheres
So
sempre estiveram muito à
feminist
frente no debate do
organizations and
orçamento, né?
women's
Desde
organizations have
da
always
década
led the
de
discussion
90.
on the budget since the
O orçamento
1990s.
mulher, né, com
With
marcadores
the
de gênero no
women's
orçamento, os
budget
debates no
and
Senado
gender
Federal para
markers,
ter
discussions with
módulo no
the
Siga Brasil
Federal
sobre
Senate to include a
marcadores de gênero. Então,
module in Siga
reconhecer essa importância
Brasil.
esse final,
So
reconhecendo a
it's
contribuição
important to
dos que
recognize the
vieram antes
contribution
e
of
estão
those
também
that came
mencionadas,
before us.
organizações feministas
I'll mention
brasileiras
also
nesse tema
the
do
Brazilian
Feminicídio
feminist
Brasil. Queria
organizations
agradecer a
on
oportunidade.
gender responsive
Queria
budgets.
dizer que nós, enquanto
Thank you for the
IBP,
opportunity.
estamos
The
à
IBP
disposição para
is
avançar nessas
at your
discussões.
service to
A gente vem
advance in these
acompanhando
discussions.
nessa
We
discussão
have been
orçamentária no Brasil desde
keeping
muito tempo.
track of this
E eu e a
discussion
Laura
of
à
gendered
disposição nos
budgeting
próximos
in
passos
Brazil
desse
for
tema.
some time. So
Muito obrigado.
myself and Laura are at your
Pois não,
service for the
Laura.
next steps. Laura.
Thank you, Maria. No, I just want to take the opportunity to express also my gratitude for the dialogue today and the debate. Very interesting hearing all the perspective from the Brazilian context and the lessons learned today and also the challenges presented. I am going to drop in the chat our my and Alex email, just in case, as Alex mentioned. We remain available for any further consultation or any further specific practice lessons. Franchil mentioned if there was any possibility of including, for example, digital tools to enhance public participation. And I would say yes, one of our highest, the highest scoring country in public participation, that is South Korea, actually use digital process for this, so we can dialogue further in another opportunity. Thank you all.
Muito obrigada, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Então, eu vou começar pelos agradecimentos
So
e já
I'll
numa
start
tentativa de
with
colocar
the acknowledgements
os pontos,
and
digamos, altos, né, que foram trazidos pelos nossos palestrantes e pelas
highlighting some
nossas
of the
queridas
key points
debatedoras. Então, agradecer a Alexandre
that were
e a Laura,
discussed.
sobretudo,
Alexandre and Laura, thank you
claro, apresentar a pesquisa, ela é
for
extremamente
presenting the
importante,
survey.
nos
It's
coloca
very
numa
important,
posição
and
mundial
it
importante, mas
places us
principalmente por
in a very
nos
important ranking
mostrar
globally, and
a lacuna, né?
it
É
shows
na
us where the
lacuna que
gaps
nós
are.
temos que nos fixar, né?
We need to
E
focus on the
essa
gaps,
lacuna tem a ver
and the
com
gap
as próprias atribuições das instituições que
is
estão aqui,
related to
né?
the roles
Que
of
é
the institutions.
enxergar este
The
cidadão,
role
esta
is to
cidadã brasileira
see
que
Brazilian,
não
to really
tem
see
compreensão e
Brazilian
entendimento
citizens
de orçamento,
that
né?
do not
Apesar
understand
de nós termos uma
budgets,
construção
even
constitucional
though we
com
have
participação da
a
população,
constitution
né?
that
E
provides
foi
for
muito bem
popular
lembrado aqui
participation
a
as
qualidade, né, dos nossos
and also the
conselhos
quality of
nacionais,
our
os
national
conselhos
councils has been
constitucionalmente
referred to. The
previstos
councils
na nossa
are
Constituição de
provided
1988,
in our
né? E
1988
vou aqui
Constitution,
dizer os três que fazem
and
o
the
pilar
three
da nossa vida democrática
councils that
brasileira,
are
que é
the
a
pillar
saúde,
of our
a
democratic life.
educação
We
e a
have
assistência social, né?
health,
Então,
education, and social
esse
assistance.
tripé
So this
constitucional
tripod,
que
this
deu
constitutional
vida e
tripod
que dá vida
brought
à
to life and brings
participação
to life
social, a
social
participação da sociedade
participation,
civil
the participation of
organizada nos
organized civil
conselhos
society
nacionais,
in the
esses
national
conselhos, saúde,
councils,
educação, assistência social,
in
e
the
nos
three
conselhos
councils for health,
temáticos, né?
education, and social assistance, as well as in the thematic councils,
Nacional de
especially
Mulheres,
the
né?
National Council of
E
Women.
todos os outros conselhos
All
temáticos
the other
que
thematic
precisam
councils
ter a
need
visão, aquilo que, se
to
não me engano,
have
foi Franciele que
the
bem
vision, the view. I think it
colocou
was
a
Franciele who mentioned it,
necessidade dessa
regarding the
visão
need, there is a need
interseccional.
for an
Eu acho que foram
intersectional
Franciele e Vanessa, agora estou me
perspective. I
lembrando,
think
né?
Franciele and Vanessa mentioned
Não
this.
só tratar as questões
Not only
em sua
addressing
transversalidade na elaboração de uma
cross-cutting
política pública,
issues in
né?
the
Mas ter
design of a
muito
public policy,
claro
but
o
also having
orçamento ali
clarity
dirigido e a compreensão dessa
about
sociedade,
the
que dela
budget and
participa
the
na elaboração,
understanding
né?
of
No
the
que diz respeito à
society that
transversalidade,
participates
mas
in the preparation
e
of the budget
sobretudo a
regarding the cross-cutting aspects,
interseccionalidade,
but
né? Nós
intersectionality above
termos em
all.
todas
So
essas
in all these
criações, em todas essas elaborações de políticas públicas, por meio de nossos
designs of public
conselhos,
policies
né?
through our
A
councils,
participação da população, mas
the
e
population's
também, principalmente,
participation
o
is key, but
marcador do
especially
gênero em cada uma
the
delas, né?
gender
Se
markers
nós
are
não
very important.
trabalharmos a
If we don't
interseccionalidade e
work on
transversalidade nas
intersectionality and
nossas políticas
cross-cuttingness
públicas,
in our public
efetivamente,
policies,
todo aquele complexo da
the
sua
whole
elaboração, desde as
complex
conferências
design with the
municipais,
starting with the
estaduais,
municipal conferences,
nacional,
then the
né,
state
não
conferences, then the
terão
national
validade
conference,
ou
none of this
efetividade
will be
se
valid
nós não
or
tivermos esse
effective
marcador
if
de
we
gênero
don't
para tudo
have
que pensarmos,
gender
né? Em todos os
markers
domínios da
in
vida, vamos chamar assim,
all
né?
areas:
Saúde, educação,
health,
trabalho, assistência
education,
social,
labor, social
qualquer
assistance,
situação, né?
whatever
Então,
the situation.
daí porque a participação
That's why
social é muito importante.
social
Ela é
participation is so
fundamento da nossa
important.
Constituição,
It is a
né?
foundation of our
Com
Constitution.
isso,
And with this,
essa preemência, né, daquilo que Glória tão bem colocou, do
the
letramento. Então,
need for
agora a gente sai
literacy,
convencida daqui
as
que não
Gloria said,
basta
we are
o letramento de
convinced that
gênero,
it's not
né?
enough to have
Nós temos
gender
que ter o
literacy,
letramento fiscal
we
e
need
orçamentário.
fiscal and
Então,
budgetary
de alguma
literacy.
maneira, aquilo que
Somehow,
as convenções internacionais nos falam sobre conscientização, né, das
conventions
capacidades e das
stress
potencialidades
awareness
de todas as
raising
pessoas,
regarding the
quando a gente está
capacities and
tratando de
potentials of
direitos
all
humanos, né?
individuals when we are dealing with
Nós
human
temos que
rights.
colocar esse
So we need
letramento,
to include
essa
literacy
formação, essa
and training
capacitação
and
em
capacity
primeiro
building
lugar, né? Porque nós
first.
temos que não só conhecer
We
as
need not
questões de
only
gênero,
to
as questões
be aware of gender
das demais
issues and
diversidades,
other
né?
diversities,
Mas também
but
o
we
letramento
also
orçamentário e
need to
fiscal.
take
E
into
isso
account
é
fiscal and budgetary
fundamental, porque
literacy.
assim como temos que aprender como
And that's
gerenciar os
crucial
nossos
because
orçamentos
we need
domésticos,
to
né?
know how to
Nós
manage our
temos que
domestic
aprender
budgets, but at the
como
same time, we
gerenciar
need to learn how to
e
manage
participar da
and inspect and oversee these budgets in the public space. And our citizens also have to be literate. They have to be educated to understand the budget so that we can better use these constitutional characteristics that promote popular participation. So I think we can connect all of the dots. Your comments, Alexandre and Laura, and the models that are already used in other countries, that's very important because we are able to enhance and improve our own models based on that. And when we were discussing, somebody talked about our legislation from 1964. Luciene told me that we do have draft bills in Congress right now to review this law 4,320 of 1964. We always use Article 165 from the Constitution as a reference, especially the general rules for public finances, focusing on equality in the management of public expenditures. So from the legislative perspective, these institutions, these public authorities, and the civil society, we have to monitor this draft bill so that we can enhance our participatory budget, focusing on the gender perspective, and so that we can see all of the women in all of their contexts: Black women, Quilombola women, Indigenous women, LGBT groups, women with disabilities. So we have to have all of these different perspectives, and we have to embed that in our gender markers in the budget. I hope I summarized our discussions, and I'd like to thank the Superior School of the Prosecution Service, the Court of Accounts of the Federal Government, UN Women, Elas no Orçamento. So we have so many partners working with us. And they left their mark. They truly contributed. I learned a lot. I consolidated some of my opinions, and I learned a few lessons. And I'd like to thank you all, my dear colleagues. Some of you are my friends, people who I interact with on a daily basis. I'd like to thank you for your opinions and perspectives. And in spite of being the mediator, I'd like to thank you for your positions as women who seek an ideal country, a fairer country, and a more equal country. Thank you to all of you, and I think we can finalize and conclude our panel. This panel was very productive because we were able to think about our budget, our oversight activities, and we also had the participation of women. Thank you very much.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Boa tarde a todas e todas.
Good
Vamos dar início
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to begin the afternoon's panel
a transversalidade
with the title Cross-Cuttingness in Public Policies and in the Budget, Challenges and Perspectives. The afternoon's speakers
as pessoas que participarão dessa rodada de conversa conosco.
in this round of conversation are Cleide de Oliveira Lemos. She is president of the Association of Consultants and Attorneys of the Federal Senate. Samantha Cavadinhas, Deputy Undersecretary on cross-cutting topics of the Secretariat of Federal Budget. Carmela Zigoni, representative of the Institute of Socioeconomic Studies and member of the Women's Budget Network. Paulo Gomes, federal auditor and of the Federal Court of Accounts, and Pedro Marim from the TD Setúbal Foundation and an expert on gendered budgeting. Now, people ask, what is a gender-responsive budget? And I will like to say that it is extremely important to have a cross-cutting public policy when affirmative actions such as promotion of gender equity, it is necessary to have equitable distribution and planning, appropriate planning, and budgetary execution, taking into account the cross-cutting nature of affirmative actions. And when we verify the importance of connecting budget and gender equity is very important for the bodies in charge of auditing and control, as well as those playing the role of application of resources. They should take into account this reality in order to ensure the achievement of the expected results. So this is the background for the afternoon's discussion, and I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Cleide de Oliveira Lemos, who has 20 minutes to share her thoughts on the topic. Thank you. Thank you. It is a joy to participate in this seminar. I'd like to greet Paulo Gomes, Samantha, Carmela. She's been working with me in the fight for gender equity here in the Federal District. I'll start by describing myself. I'm a middle-aged woman with brown hair and brown eyes. I'm wearing earrings. I am dressed in green. Behind me, there is a window and some vegetation and some street signs. I will start providing some information about myself. I'm a retired civil servant. I've worked in the 3 branches of government, at the Ministry of Finance, at the Higher Court of Justice, and I am the mother of 2 daughters, and I'm the daughter of a very strong woman. My daughters are strong, my mother was strong. I've been an activist since I retired from the Federal Senate, especially in feminism and anti-racism. When we talk about gender, we mustn't forget that this life history is related to my choices, my professional choices and activism choices. This is very important in the way I view the world, and also as president of the association that I chair that has 70% of its composition are women. Women are not the majority of the consultants of the Senate, but they are in the association. And so I accepted this challenge because of the need for a special focus on the topic, the presence of women and the gender issue. The presence of women entails the gender issue and requires a perspective on gender. When we talk about gendered budgeting, we are talking about the need to mainstream this difference, the differences that exist in the real world between men and women into the budgetary process. We have a very interesting profile of the Brazilian population. 56% of the population is Black or Afro-descendant, and 51% are women. This means that public policies need to have a focus on gender and race, but this is not the norm. All of us know that the distribution of income and opportunities are very unequal. An example of this is that men they still earn more than women. And although the 1988 Constitution has established the need for equal income, equal remuneration for the same job, we haven't achieved this yet. And so for the past 40 years, we're still working on the need for equality without having evolved. There have been advances, especially in the legislative field. We mustn't forget that in terms of violence against women, the Maria da Penha law was a milestone for the world. It's considered the third best law in the area of domestic and family violence. It doesn't mean that the existence of this law women are still victims of violence in spite of the existence of this law. And so legislation is just a small part of this social framework that we have to deal with. It's also important to say that the gender perspective has already been included, mainstreamed in the budget for 2 decades at the federal level. But it doesn't mean that the labels, the items, and the government activities really benefit women, especially Black women, the ones that most suffer from violence and poverty. In Brazil, there is a strong feminization of poverty, and the increasing poverty of the Black population. When we talk about gendered budget, we are addressing something very complex. Since 2015, the word gender has been demonized, and people, when we talk about, we have to talk about female sex rather than gender, and this is something that we need to deal with, the demonization of the word gender. We need to overcome structural racial and gender inequalities that have marked our society. And in order to overcome them, we need to tackle gender issues. Without a budget, there is no policy. And in order to alter a reality that is adverse to majority population groups, we need targeted policies and targeted resources to meet the needs of these populations.
Aí nós nos deparamos com problema talvez pouco maior ainda, porque
there's a wider problem. When we talk about gendered budgeting, it's not only about designating a portion of the budget to race or gender. It's about aligning the objectives expressed in the government's multi-year plan with the annual budgetary law that will take these objectives and turn them into activities and guarantee the budgetary execution. We don't have a tradition of executing the budget that is more devoted to vulnerable populations, not only women, and especially Black women.
And this challenge is even greater when we see recent practices adopted in the budget in our country. We see that most of the budget in Brazil focuses on mandatory expenses. We have a small discretionary budget, and this discretionary part of the budget doesn't meet the demands and the needs of these populations. It doesn't promote public policies to transform the social reality. And even if it did, we need to submit it to National Congress always. And right now, we have a very hard Congress, conservative Congress, and they usually neglect these populations. It's a Congress made up of people from the elite of Brazil and do not represent these populations. And gender budgeting is crucial to transform this reality, and so that the country can have economic health in the long term. Because today, most of the Brazilian population, and especially women, especially Black women, most of the Brazilian population is out of the budget. It's not covered by the budget. It's out of the economic world, actually, and it's a waste. And the country can no longer do that. The country is aging. We're facing climate changes like the rest of the world, and this requires more resources so that we can fight against climate change. We can no longer delay this perspective of gender and race in all of the public policies. We cannot treat these issues only on the women's ministry or the Ministry of Racial Equality or the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. Gender and race matters permeate all of the government activities. This was expressed in the multi-year plan. We selected several actions involving more than 20 line ministries. And from each of these perspectives, focusing on women, on race, indigenous populations, and what's most important is that we have to remember that we can't speak of a gender-responsive budget if we don't assess public policies first. The assessment of public policies, this is something recent in our country, but it is crucial
empregar bem o dinheiro
so that
público
we
em
can
de
better use public resources, so that we can invest in public policies that will actually benefit the segments of the population that are most vulnerable.
Afinal de contas, como a decisão de alocação orçamentária pode
And
ser feita? Se
how
não
can we
houver
make a
uma
decision
avaliação
about
das
budget
políticas
allocation if we don't first assess the policies that are being undertaken?
Me parece que, nesse momento,
Right now,
talvez o maior desafio
our greatest
seja,
challenge
então, introjetar
is
dentro de
to
cada política pública, de
include
cada legislação,
in
de
each
todo
public
arcabouço
policy,
legal
in
que trata
each
de orçamento,
law, in each
junto a todos os
framework,
agentes públicos que
we
cuidam do
have to
orçamento,
involve
a
all the
necessidade
public
de
agents that take care of the
avaliação
budget. So we need to assess the public policy so that we can actually achieve effective results. We have to verify if they have positive results. If they have positive results, they have to expand it. And we have to strengthen these policies. If the results are neutral or negative, we must redesign the public policies so that we can favor the most vulnerable populations. And maybe it would be important to expand the gender and race committees in all of the public entities. And we should also create and strengthen a coordination entity so that we don't lose the assessment. We must not forget that gender budgeting has to be connected to the general budget. Gender has to be mainstreamed into the budget because the budget is a continuous process and it has to be permanently monitored, assessed, and reviewed. It's a live organism, just like people, like the people that need the state. That's what I had to say. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope to learn a lot from all of you this afternoon. Thank you for your intervention and for being punctual.
Por ensejo para louvar a precisão, objetividade e a consistência
Thank you for being objective and very consistent in your interventions. I began the activities and I didn't introduce myself. And I'll do that now. I'm here as mediator. I'm the federal prosecutor for citizen rights. I received this invitation from the Superior School of the Prosecution Service to participate in this activity that is focusing on a very important topic so that we can promote affirmative actions towards gender equality. After having introduced myself, without further ado, I now pass the floor to Dr. Samantha Cavadinha. She's Undersecretary for Cross-Cutting Themes of the Secretariat of the Federal Budget. She has 20 minutes for her presentation. Welcome, Dr. Samantha. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this event, for this invitation. It's great to participate in such an important event. We saw several presentations during the week. They were very enlightening. We learned a lot about the Brazilian system and the international practices. I will now share my presentation, and I will talk about the work we have developed in the Undersecretariat for Cross-Cutting Matters. Our Undersecretary is very recognized. She's called Elaine Xavier, and we have been working with the Federal Budget Secretariat in order to build paths forward for gender budgeting in Brazil. To start my presentation, we have to go back a bit so that we can all be on the same page. And I'll connect to what Cleide said. It's important to think about the public policies, and these public policies have to consider the specific needs of each of these populations. And we have to see what are the possibilities for the government to act and how we can work using the tool of cross-cutting policies. Cross-cutting agendas involved complex problems that society and the government still hasn't solved. These are problems that can't be solved in isolation. They require a joint effort. So we selected in the multi-year plan 5 cross-cutting agendas for PPA from 2024 to 2027. There was a ministerial restructuring. We recreated some ministries. We had specific departments for social participation and advisory in order to promote this integrated and coordinated activity, and so that we could use cross-cutting policies as a management instrument. In order to do that, we must say that we're trying to coordinate all of these actions, and we're trying to bring in these different stakeholders. This population has to be a protagonist in these policies, but we also must consider the complexity of these actions. So the ministries work individually in the public policies in each sector, but we also have a cross-cutting perspective, connecting all of these ministries so that they can work together to solve problems that we have identified. When we take a look at the background in the federal government, ever since 2003, we had this initiative. We created entities to have cross-cutting perspectives. In the former PPAs from 2004 to 2007, we already had guidelines for the preparation and management of programs. And in the PPA from 2012 to 2015, we selected some cross-cutting agendas that were to be prioritized. And they required this type of coordination among the different policies. And in the federal budget, we've identified budget actions. This was done by the legislative branch, and several reports were published, like Women in Budget. The current organizational structure for the federal government, we have shared governance first, between the Ministry of Planning, the Presidency of the Republic. They are represented by the Ministry of Planning and Budget, and they work with each of the other line ministries that are responsible for the cross-cutting policies. Ministry for Women, Ministry for Racial Equality, Ministry for Indigenous People, Environment, and the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship. In addition to this governance, we have coordinated management, considering the cycles for the public policies, starting with planning. So internally, in the Ministry of Planning, the Secretariat for Planning integrated the different agendas in the PPA. We also identified the budget, we identified the agendas, and then we monitored the budget execution and the deliverables. And this was under the responsibility of the Cross-Cutting Agenda Secretariat. And we also have the Secretariat of Monitoring and Evaluation working along with the line ministries. We're all assessing the policies, and we're trying to identify the returns and the consequences. So we work in a cross-cutting manner. These ministries work along with the line ministries, even if they're not a part directly of the policies. That's how this cross-cutting aspects makes a difference. We involve civil society and other spheres of government. Concerning the institutional context, the subsecretariat was created in 2023 to strengthen this cross-cutting nature of the actions. And we have an agenda for women, an agenda for children and adolescents, including early childhood, an agenda for racial equality, indigenous peoples, and an environmental agenda. We also have several cross-cutting actions that encompass one or more of these agendas. The history behind these cross-cutting agendas, as I said before, we've had some publications that in trying to identify the execution of the budget for these agendas, especially for women and children. But in 2023, we looked at the annual draft budget proposal. There was a publication showing the actions that are included in each of these agendas. For 2024, in the annual budget law, the current law, we already have a panel for the cross-cutting agendas. Any citizen can access that
and look up the budgetary actions and the execution of the resources. And for 2025, reports will be published, including both the budgetary perspective and the results perspective for each of the selected agendas, considering 2024 as the first year of execution. And the classification methodology adopted by the federal government starts with a pre-identification of the qualitative proposals and later validation by the Federal Budget Secretariat in order to refine the pertinent actions and also labeling of each of the agendas of related actions. Therefore, the provision of the whole through the annual draft budget proposal. Thus, it is possible to identify exclusive expenditures targeting specific audiences or topics, and the non-exclusive expenditures that benefit the target audience or agenda, but not specifically or exclusively. So in the case of cross-cutting actions, we understand that the expenditure is related to more than one agenda. An example of a cross-cutting action is, for instance, the Bolsa Família program. It benefits women who head more than 70% of the families included in the program, and also benefits children and adolescents, considering that, as we've seen in previous presentations this week, the poorest share of the population are mostly children and adolescents. So we created the label for cross-cutting actions. For 2024, the budgetary innovations towards a gendered budgeting and race budgeting and targeting of other topics of the cross-cutting agendas. We have been working on a methodology to identify and classify expenditures based on the work done with each of the line ministries through budgetary markers and publication of summaries and statements of the PILOA and the federal budget portal, as well as a report on budgetary execution of the agendas. If you're interested, the panel or dashboard is available with specific fields to access the cross-cutting agendas, and you can select then which of the agendas or more than one agenda and look up the execution along the year. To give you an idea of what is included in the cross-cutting agendas for the PELOA 2025, we contemplate all the agendas and we can see that the share of cross-cutting actions, non-exclusive actions, is the most significant. And this is the result of work with the line ministries, for them to identify the targets of the actions and also the intersectional perspective and the multiple perspectives such as women or indigenous women, girls and women, Black women, the impact of the environmental agenda on indigenous people, for instance. For the current PELOA, we identified 24 combined or combinations of cross-cutting agendas with a variety of compositions. This is very healthy, but also a challenge because it is acknowledged that there is intersectionality. But when questioned about the expenditures, taking, say, the agenda of the House of the Brazilian Woman, it was identified as exclusively a woman's action directed mostly to women. It doesn't mean that the share allocated to women has been reduced, but it's difficult to identify how much of this is dedicated to indigenous women, for instance. So we still have to work on that. This slide shows the webpage of the multi-sectoral and cross-cutting agendas on the website of the Ministry of Planning and Budget. In addition to the reports on women's budget and early childhood, there are also the publications of the citizen budget in order to increase accessibility using simple and appropriate language for society at large, not a technical language just for experts, such as the case of the presidential message. And so it's language that will target more people in society.
Então, grande parte vem do desconhecimento do conceito de transversalidade.
In terms of challenges, the lack of knowledge of the concept of cross-cuttingness and its use as a management instrument is a challenge. Another one is to mainstream the cross-cutting perspective in the design and implementation of public policies, as well as in the programmatic expression. So we have the PPA, we have the budget, and we are seeking to integrate and specify in a coherent manner that is easy to view. Identification of the proportion of participation of each segment of the public in non-exclusive expenditures. We've been working with weights, identifying the target audience of these specific agendas in a methodology that is being constantly improved. It's always possible, based on qualification of the data provided by the line ministries, it is possible to expand the qualification of the information post-analysis. And this leads to better allocation of the resources to each of the cross-cutting actions. And the challenge of reviewing public policies, programs, and actions based on the reports that will be published for each of the agendas, informing the policy evaluations. Some of the lessons for the Secretariat include the need for constant contact with the line ministries, guaranteeing the consistency of agendas and engagement in the process. We strengthen the transparency of the data, which allows expanding the discussion with the different players of civil society. We have better discussion of the agendas and also a process of continuous development, studying the agendas and reviewing the academic studies and the production of international bodies guaranteeing the quality of the final product. Future prospects, we have a partnership, a federal level partnership through with the Ministry of Planning and OECD for a review of gender responsive budgeting in Brazil, which should yield some recommendations for the Brazilian government. There's another ongoing partnership with IDB for the holding of thematic seminars with the managers and experts of cross-cutting agendas in order to improve the process and allow for the preparation of guides that will provide further tools for managers, experts, and at other levels of government as well, and better identification and classification of the expenditures related to the cross-cutting agenda. So this process was conducted in the PLOA 2025 and 2024. So for each of the guidances and directives containing information about how to qualify the information and how to improve the labeling regarding the budgetary monitoring, qualifying data from financial execution and physical deliverables, and with the publication of all this information, we believe that there will be greater social participation, greater transparency, and easier language, easier to understand language. So the budgetary execution and financial execution of the agendas needs to be achieved. Also, the improvement of budgetary management of the agendas needs to improve, the possibility of assessing impact, and also the improvement of the rendering of accounts to the National Congress and to society through the reports that are published in the following year. So this is a bit of the work we've been doing. There's a lot to be done. And so events such as this, the possibility of exchanging views with other speakers, this contributes greatly to a more integrated approach. Thank you once again for the possibility. I'd like to greet the other speakers and wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Samantha, not only for the punctuality, but also for the precision and coherence of all the elements that you have provided to us. So many important points that you have just presented, the dialogical relationship between transparency and social participation to ensure effectiveness of budgetary execution. The more transparency, the more social participation we will have, and social participation in turn induces the expansion of transparency, which is so important in the implementation of any affirmative action. Thank you for your participation this afternoon. We will now give the floor to Dr. Carmela Zigoni, representing the Socioeconomic Studies Institute. She is also a member of the Women's Budget Network. You have the floor for 20 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking the invitation and greet all my colleagues and friends and our mediator, Dr. Nicolau. I will share my presentation now.
Acredito que está compartilhando aí, né? Então, vamos falar de transversalidade
Now,
das
we're going to
políticas
talk about
públicas,
the
né?
cross-cutting
Eu queria
nature
começar
of
apresentando
public
um pouco do
policies. I'll
INESC,
start
né?
by
E
introducing
das
INESC.
instituições públicas do Estado. Nós somos uma
We
organização da
are a
sociedade civil, né?
non-government
Sem fins
organization,
lucrativos, apartidária,
non-profit
com 44 anos de
and
atuação em direitos
non-party
humanos, defesa da
organization with
democracia,
44
análise do
years
orçamento público.
of work in
E
human
no
rights,
INESC a gente faz, então,
democracy
esses
defense,
estudos e
and
análises,
analysis
né,
of public budgets.
voltados também para
So
formação,
our
né, que tem se
analyses
falado bastante durante
are also
o
geared
seminário da
towards
importância da linguagem,
education,
chegar
and
aí
so
às
it's been
pessoas,
mentioned
discutir
before
educação. Então, as
that
nossas análises
the
em
importance
saúde,
of
educação,
language.
crianças e
So our
adolescentes,
analyses
igualdade racial,
include
mulheres,
health,
diversidade
education,
socioambiental, indígenas e
children and
quilombolas.
adolescents, racial
A gente
equality, women,
também faz
rights to the
diversos
city,
estudos de
social,
incidência
environmental,
no
indigenous, and
tema
quilombola
da
rights.
justiça fiscal, reforma legal,
The topic of
tributários
fiscal
incidentais,
justice,
transparência e dados
tax
abertos,
reform,
e atuamos
tax
com diversos
expenditures,
eixos, né?
fiscal
O
incentives,
International Budget
and
Partnership, que
we
teve a sua
work
vez hoje de manhã,
with
inclusive.
several
Sou
networks, the
pesquisadora
IBP,
responsável,
the
né, por
International
fazer o
Budget
índice já há
Partnership.
10 anos.
I've
E
been
participamos de
responsible for the
outras
formulation of the
redes
index in the past 10
nacionais
years, and
e
we also
internacionais. Aqui
participate in
algumas
several
internacionais aqui,
national
né?
and international
Global Forum for
networks.
Fiscal Transparency, o GIFT,
We
a
have
Rede
the
de Justiça
Global
Fiscal da
Forum
América
for
Latina,
Fiscal
Caribe,
Transparency, the
Caribe,
Network for
entre
Fiscal
outros, né?
Justice in Latin
E a
America
gente
and the
também,
Caribbean, and
Raul está aqui
others.
também, puxa
And we
o
also
chapéu.
have the
Nós
Women's
trabalhamos,
Budget
então, no INESC
Network.
com
We
algumas
work
premissas,
with
né?
a few
De que o
premises
Brasil,
at INESC that
apesar de
Brazil
desigualdades
is
estruturais,
characterized by
então a
structural
gente vive nesse
inequalities.
patriarcal, né,
We
que
have a
organiza a nossa
patriarchal
sociedade
system
política, econômica, religiosa e
that
socialmente a
organizes
partir,
our
né, do
society
entendimento de
socially,
que os homens
economically,
seriam
politically,
superiores.
based on an
Uma
understanding
visão
that
de patriarcado
men
ainda muito forte no Brasil.
are superior to women. That's the
Vivemos
view of
uma
the
estrutura
patriarchal
racista,
system.
né, uma
We
campanha
have
contra
a
essa
racist
sociedade,
system. It's a
a
system that
partir de
organizes
hierarquias
society based on
brancos e
hierarchies
negros,
between
brancos e indígenas,
Black people
vivemos
and white people.
sociedade de classes, né,
And we
capitalista,
live in a
e isso
society
gera
divided
também
into
desigualdade
classes,
social.
and this generates
Então,
social inequalities.
uma premissa que eu trago
A
hoje para a gente
premise
pensar
that
a
I'd like
transversalidade, mas
to
também
show you
pensando
today
nas
when
políticas
we
públicas, é
talk
a
about
noção
planning
de
for public budgets,
interseccionalidade. Já
we
na
have to talk
Brasileira,
about
muitas falas das presidentes
intersectionality.
durante o
This
seminário
appeared in
hoje,
other presentations. I was glad to see that.
mas a interseccionalidade ela é importante para
Intersectionality is important
reconhecer as
because it
discriminações não
recognizes
estão em
that
caixinhas
discrimination is not in
segregadas, né?
Boxes.
Então,
They're
a
not
mulher, quando ela
aggregated.
acorda, ela não deixa de ser mulher.
Women,
Se ela é
when
uma
they
mulher negra, ela não pode
wake
escolher ser
up,
mulher num dia e ser
they're
negra no
still
outro.
a
E
woman,
se ela é
a Black
cadeirante,
woman,
ela
a
também
white
vai ter
woman,
que
and
sofrer outro
if
tipo de
it's a woman
discriminação.
with
E isso é igual
disabilities, they will
nessa
also suffer
no seu
even more
cotidiano, na sua vida
discrimination, and this
real.
has an impact in women's
E o
lives.
INESC ele tem olhar para o
INESC
orçamento que tem alguns
focuses on the
pilares,
budget,
né? Que é a
and
nossa
we
metodologia orçamento
base our
brasileira. Então, a
methodology
gente
on a few
olha para o
pillars.
Estado, né?
So we look at the state,
Atuando para que ele seja
we
financiado pela
work
justiça social, para que o máximo de
so
recursos,
that
né,
the
do orçamento
state can be
seja
funded with
disponível
social
para a
justice so
realização
that
de direitos,
resources can be made
para que esses
available
direitos sejam
for the
realizados
achievement of rights.
progressivamente, ou seja,
These
nós
rights should be
alcançamos
achieved
vagas nas escolas
progressively.
para
So
todos,
if we
então a gente
have
tem que
openings in public
alcançar uma
schools
educação
now,
realmente de
we
qualidade.
have
Então, quando
to
alcançarmos esse
strive
papel,
for
a educação de
quality
qualidade,
education. And when
outras
we
demandas virão,
have
né? Os
quality
direitos eles
education,
são
we will have new demands.
O
Rights are
orçamento ele não
progressive in
pode ser
nature.
discriminatório,
The
nem
budget cannot
discriminatório de
promote
nenhuma forma.
discrimination in any way.
A gente dá exemplo, né, de que o
We'll give
orçamento
you an
pode
example. The budget
realizar direitos, mas ele pode violar
can
direitos.
promote
Então,
rights, but it
se você
also
tem
can
um
violate
orçamento, né, por
rights.
exemplo, a
If you
promoção
have
de direitos de mulheres indígenas, mas
the
você
promotion
dá
of the
incentivos
rights of
fiscais,
indigenous women,
para
but
mineradoras
you
que
give
estão
tax
a atuar nesse
incentives to
mesmo
mining
território,
companies
violando
that
os
will
direitos dessas
work in
mulheres,
indigenous
preciso
territories and
se
violate
entender
these
que
women's
esse
rights, we
orçamento
have to
proíbe
understand
essas mulheres
that the
de
budget is
exercerem
violating the rights of
corretamente
these
os
women.
direitos delas.
And in order to guarantee rights, the budget for Indigenous women, for instance, is very small, and social participation is also a crucial pillar. I will speak about this at length afterwards. Brazil is doing very poorly in all of these pillars. And we work with trainings and capacity building. I brought two examples to show you. We had a training on budget with the popular prosecutors. It happened in Ceilândia, here in the Federal District. It's in partnership with the University of Brasilia. And we had a training course with civil servants and managers from Alagoas. This was done in partnership with Geni Institute. So at the grassroots, things happen. Planning is very far away from these women's reality usually. And in the case of these managers, most of them, they're the only staff member in their secretariat. So she is the technical staff. She conducts visits to these women. She does everything at once. And how did we get here? I think it's important to explain this, what happened in the last years. We started with the expenditure cap. It was a policy that nobody in the world understood why we had that expenditure cap that would last for 20 years, that didn't exist elsewhere. And then we had a disassembling of the social policies. So we have reports that were done by UNESCO. This is all available in our website. We had a report for every year. And because of the expenditure cap, when we had to face the pandemic, the state was underfunded in several areas because of the cap. And now we're having to pay for that. These are reports that are produced every year. Here we have another image of the Outras Palavras portal. These are the figures depicting the block against policies for women. We had resources for that, but the resources were not executed during COVID. 70% of this budget was cut. And in 2023, we had only 14 million reais for women. It was the lowest budget we ever had in 2023 for women. So we have a new administration. We have a new plan for 4 years. We have a transversal agenda for women, a cross-cutting agenda for women, as Samantha showed you. We have 85 specific objectives, 191 deliverables, and 75 measures, 3 specific programs for women that are under the Ministry for Women, Equality for Decision-Making and Empowerment of Women, a program for women without violence, and a program to promote the economic autonomy of women. We also have a program for rural women, financial support for rural women. In the Ministry of Justice, we have 2 projects. Pedro Marim will give you the details. And the Ministry of Social Development has a program for the care policy. So we have a large cross-cutting agenda, but we want to have more budget actions focusing on women so that civil society can monitor the implementation of such programs. Concerning the challenges, the first challenge is to plan with an intersectional perspective. A very well-known example is that the policy works, but not for everybody. And this is depicted in the map of violence. In 10 years from 2003 to 2013, the rate of feminicides of Black women increased 54%, and the rate for white women dropped almost 10%. We had a public policy, we had the budget for that, It had a positive impact on white women, but this policy didn't reach Black women. And that's why it's so important to monitor the evolution of these policies. We have to think not only on gender, but also on the racial matters when we design a policy. The second challenge is monitoring and assessment using data about race and gender. In the first panel of this seminar, people were very impacted. They thought that Bolsa Família cash transfer program was a program for women, but public policies have a history. It was born focusing on hunger, on food security. We had conditionalities, which were healthcare and education for children, but the program became more mature. The ministry created a monitoring department for the program. I worked in the secretariat, and we conducted several surveys, and we showed that women were very impacted by the program. There's an anthropologist from the University of Brasilia that demonstrated that this was a program that empowered women and set them free from cycles of violence. So it started with a certain intention, and then we discovered that there were other goals, and we were able to break the cycle of violence from one generation to the next. 92% of the beneficiaries are women in the urban areas, and 90% are women in the rural areas. And we have to consider that 35% are single-parent families. The woman is the head of the family. It's a single woman. So it's a program that focuses on women. The emergency assistance, this was a demand from civil society during the pandemic, and it considered single mothers as a category. This is something that the state can learn from. A third challenge is labeling. My colleague will go into detail on that, but it's very important. This is an example. We had a program 2016, which focused on promoting autonomy among women and fighting violence. And in the following multi-year plan, the PPA, women disappeared. It was the protection of life, strengthening the family, and promoting human rights for everybody. So women disappeared from the program. They were neglected from this program. It involved everybody, and this was a negative aspect. And now we're back with these specificities. We now have 3 different programs focusing on women. Another challenge would be achieving the targets and the impact in women's lives. We talk about a large budget, good structures to monitor the programs, and there's a cross-cutting category now, but women in the front line, they don't feel the results. So we have the restriction of the funds in the budget for 2024, 62.7 million reais were cut from the budget. It might be released in December, but then you have to plan for that. You have to have agreements and contracts until 31 of December, and this generates a remainder to be paid on the following year. We also have another matter that was discussed in the seminar, which is that Congress now imposes the budget. In the case of the Ministry of Women, 73% of the budget for 2024 is made up of these amendments. So how can you plan if you don't know if the money will actually be released? And the 5th challenge is intersectoriality. It's an old challenge, but it still persists. I brought you a photograph of women protesting in the bus station in Brasilia because we have too many feminicides. Every week, we see news reports that a woman was murdered. And in the inquiry committee that was set up in the local Assembly, what did the report say in this inquiry committee? We have a fragmentation and lack of coordination among the different services that we have in the network. The records of violence, we have records of violence, but no results. Professionals that provide services to women in the shelters can't register women in the single registry or request benefits. Therefore, women are redirected and they have to go through a second professional to receive these services. And with that, you lose the woman in the system. She went after the services and she has a hard time in reporting these grievances and complaining. And these cases are not investigated or not. And the perpetrators are not punished. They have protective measures against the perpetrators, but still they are murdered.
There's a sixth challenge, which is that the economic policy and the tax system are public policies. We need to talk about this. We need to open for social participation. We want to discuss economic models, societal models. So how to fight inequalities and generate gender and race equity if Afro-descendants, especially women, pay proportionally more taxes on consumption, and also in a context of strong income and asset concentration. So we have policies generating inequality. We need to be smart about this. And this is an image from an event we held at CEDAW in order to have this issue analyzed by the Committee on Promotion of Women's Rights of the UN. The seventh challenge is gender, race, and climate. Here's an image from the official website of G20, stating that the impacts of climate change have a gender and a race, affecting in particular Black, Quilombola, and Indigenous women. So the cross-cutting agendas need to be cross-cutting, and environment needs to dialogue with gender and race. And so the budget needs to take this into account. We need actions for women, targeting women at the Ministry of the Environment, for instance. The eighth challenge is, in fact, the first. Leide mentioned this, but I left it to the end. We need to talk about gender, this concept that has been demonized and becomes a challenge, especially in discussing these issues locally at the municipal level. I have some images here, but you see the suppression of the term gender from the National Education Plan led to censorship and persecution in schools. In the legislative, the war against the word gender, now they only speak about male sex, female sex. So when the new government took office, they spoke about a vaccine against denialism. And we mustn't fear talking about denialism in gender issues. We need to tackle this problem. We mustn't fear. We have to talk about this. It is a scientific concept. UN uses it. I'm very happy to participate in an event that has the word gender in its title. This perspective is important. We need to explain what the concept means. There are more challenges than perspectives. It is a characteristic of civil society. But in terms of perspectives, then we believe the new PPA and cross-cutting agendas can be a path, but we want deliverables. As civil society, we need concrete deliveries. The training of public servants is very important. This often does not reach states and municipalities. The report on women's budget in the LDO was a major advance. The methodology is being reviewed. It's another important tool. And in a bigger font, social participation. In the pandemic, the absence of the state revealed the work of NGOs and activists, the fact that people are going hungry. And so it was civil society that pressured for the emergency grants, and this became a public policy. INESC is involved in a campaign for grants for those affected by climate emergencies. The impacts in Porto Alegre, for instance, the need for exclusive women's shelters in climate emergencies, and also the Black people were most affected because they live in localities with poor infrastructure. So they were more affected. And so participation is important in councils, but other places as well need to be open for dialogue with society. Transparency without participation will not strengthen democracy. We are sixth most transparent in the world, but we have a decrease in our social participation score in the past few years. If civil society does not understand the data, if there isn't a policy for reuse of data, making them more understandable to more people, without participation, our democracy can be at risk. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carmela. I hope I haven't gone over my time. Just a little bit, but I am sure the audience has enjoyed greatly your presentation. I believe that it would be very difficult to summarize all the important points that you have brought, but one aspect drew my attention regarding the importance and need for incrementing budgetary actions in prevention and repression of violence against women. This is a sensitive point.
De estabelecer uma política transversal que atenda
in establishing a cross-cutting policy that has a gender perspective. So the Brazilian Annuary of Public Security of 2024 shows that feminicides last year increased significantly in the historical context, and after the approval of a law that typifies feminicide, there's been an increase of in the number of feminicides. 1,467 women were killed because of their gender last year, the highest number that has been published since the beginning of this publication. And so there is no public policy that is adequately implemented without the necessary resources. So it's very important to underscore this aspect as regards fighting violence against women. So thank you once again, Dr. Carmela, for your participation. We will now move on to Paulo Gomes. Paulo Gomes, who is Federal Auditor of the Directorate of Oversight of Equity and Human Rights Policies of the Federal Court of Accounts, and he has 20 minutes now for his presentation. You have the floor, Paulo. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers of the event. I am Paulo Gomes Gonçalves. I am auditor of the TCU. I'm a white man, 52 years old. I am wearing a green shirt. I'm sitting in my office. At the back, in my background, I have a beige screen with the logos of the event. I'd like to greet everyone watching and the future viewers as well. And congratulations on organizing an event with excellent presentations, a huge effort. Congratulations. And we have we have had marvelous presentations throughout the week. I am very happy with the presentation by Cleide, by Samantha and Carmela and Pedro, who will follow me. I'm going to try to provide a vision of how control and auditing needs to adjust in order to work with human rights, equity, and that includes gender. In my presentation, I would like to show that the TCU is building a strategy that is very much in line with what's been presented already. I'd like to share my screen now.
Eu trago essa mensagem do Programa das Nações Unidas para o Desenvolvimento, que é uma
This is a
mensagem bem
message from the UNDP
na nossa mente quando a gente remete a
that we should
políticas
keep in
de gênero.
mind when discussing
igualdade de
gender
gênero, ela é
policies.
centrada,
Gender
né,
equality
nos
is
direitos
centered
humanos,
on human
um
rights.
objetivo de
It
desenvolvimento em si,
is
mas também um
a
objetivo
development
para
goal
alcançar o
in
desenvolvimento
itself and
sustentável na nossa
also
sociedade
a
e no
critical
nosso
factor
país.
in achieving
E é a
sustainable
base dos
development.
princípios
It is the
fundamentais que norteiam a
basis
agenda de
of one of
desenvolvimento
the
das 2030
fundamental
das ODS.
principles of the
Tem
2030
lema
development
muito
agenda,
emblemático, é não deixar ninguém para
and
trás.
the
Então, essa
concept
pequena
is to
frase, ela
leave
traz
no one behind.
alguns
So
pontos aí que chamam bastante
this
atenção.
draws
Quando
a
a gente
lot
fala
of
de igualdade de gênero, a
attention.
gente está
When we
sempre
talk about
remetendo à
gender
questão de direitos
equality,
humanos.
we're talking
Mas
about
isso está
human
bem
rights.
nítido na nossa sociedade,
This needs to be very
nos
clear
nossos comportamentos e atitudes,
in
né?
our
A gente precisa mudar essa
society,
visão
in our
patriarcal,
behaviors and
machista,
attitudes. We
essa
need to
questão que
change
é
our
passada de forma
sexist
geracional.
mentality,
Isso só muda com as nossas
something
atitudes e
that
entender
is
que
inherited
mulheres e
from
homens
generation
são
to
pares
generation.
em
Men and
igualdade
women need
e
to be
outros
equal,
recortes, né, que os direitos
on
humanos
equal
também zelam
footing.
pela proteção.
And
Que aí
also
vai pessoas com
regarding other
deficiência, primeira
aspects
infância,
of human
população
rights,
negra,
early
povos de comunidades
childhood,
tradicionais e
Black
outros.
communities,
É
quilombola
o objetivo de
communities,
desenvolvimento é o que quer
disabled
desenvolver nossa sociedade,
communities.
nosso país. A
So
gente
we
precisa
want to
ter
develop the
uma atenção
society
especial com a
of our
temática de
country.
gênero.
We need to
Por isso,
focus
o grande
on the
simbolismo
gender
do evento ao
perspective.
longo dessa
That's
semana.
why this
É a
event
primeira
has
vez
been
a
so
signatário da Agenda
important.
2030,
And
né? É
Brazil
uma agenda que
is
permeia as
a
agendas
signatory
governamentais
of the
e
2030
a gente não
agenda.
pode deixar as mulheres
And
para
we
trás. Então, nós
mustn't
precisamos, de
leave
fato,
women
buscar
behind.
essa igualdade de gênero.
We
Chegamos ao
need
final
to
da frase
pursue
remetido ao início.
gender
Então, a
equality.
igualdade de gênero é o nosso propósito
Gender
aqui.
equality
E
is
eu acho que essa mensagem ela tem que estar sempre
a
revista,
message
né?
that needs to be
Gravada nas nossas mentes e atitudes.
engraved in our minds and attitudes.
Do lado que- Tá. Bom, sobre a visão do controle, a gente está buscando
From the auditing point of view, we are
traduzir nossas
seeking
ações a partir de três
to
conceitos
translate
bem
our
fortes quando
actions
a gente
based
fala
on
em
some
direitos humanos e
strong
redução de
concepts
desigualdades.
grounded on
A questão da
human
equidade,
rights and
a questão da
reduction
transversalidade e a
of
questão da
inequalities. So there's
Então,
equality,
esses três,
equity,
assuntos, né, vão
intersectionality.
permear boa parte
These
da
three
apresentação.
aspects will
Eu
permeate
começo com a
my
questão da
presentation.
equidade. Enquanto
And I'll
órgão de
begin with
controle, é importante
equity. As an
incorporar esse
audit
olhar intencional
body,
para essa dimensão
we
de
need to
desempenho
look at the
e
dimension
controle
of
das políticas
performance
públicas. A Samantha colocou
and
lá
control
no
of
início da
public
apresentação dela,
policies.
né, a
As
preocupação com a
Samantha
formulação da
said,
política, né,
it
todos
is a
aqueles
concern
processos
with
que
the formulation
antecedem
of the
a
policy. There are
implementação. E
processes
pensar equidade já é pensar
that take
também
place before
essa dimensão na
implementation.
fase
And
da
to think of
formulação da política.
equity
Enquanto órgão de controle,
requires
a
thinking
gente
about this
colocar
aspect in
essa
the
dimensão
formulation of public
dentro do
policies.
nosso
This
processo de
dimension
trabalho,
needs to
a
be
partir de uma
included in
metodologia
our
de
work
pesquisa,
processes. through established methodologies and regularity, where every auditor will have this focus. And regardless of the sociological or economic or legal aspect of equity, it is a central performance dimension in human rights policies. It is based on recognizing differences among individuals and the need to confer differentiated treatment to them. So this is the path to promoting inequality reduction in Brazil. These images, they're very interesting. We have two concepts here, equality and equity. On the left, equality will confer the same rights to all people. Everyone has the right, the same right, without any type of discrimination. Equality is not so much concerned with affirmative or discriminatory actions, but this can have negative effects in reducing inequality. So when the government invests in a policy of giving a little box to each child, this will not benefit the shorter child, while the taller child ends up benefiting from a policy or a resource that is not really necessary, that he doesn't really need. So when we look at equity, we have a vision of a different treatment or differentiated treatment when treating individuals who are different.
And the budget allocation that Cleide talked about, I jotted down something she said. Deliver policies that benefit the most vulnerable segments of the population. That's how we properly allocate the budget. In the case of women, we're talking about a gender-sensitive budget that can be more effective. The figure depicting equity, that's what we want to focus on. You would have a more equitable distribution of resources, meeting the individual needs, and then you would have a reduction of inequalities. So it's not enough to say that all citizens have the same rights. They also need to have equivalent opportunities to exercise such rights. In the first figure, the smallest child couldn't see the game, and now with affirmative actions in the second image, you see with an equity policy, he had the same opportunity. So it's not enough simply to have a beautiful discourse saying that you will universalize treatment. Education faces challenges. Children with disabilities need special support in the classroom. So equity isn't present in all of the government functions, and the public actions have to include these individuals that are historically excluded from the public policies. This also reinforces equity. Our manual for operational auditing, we had a speaker who talked about this manual. This is a work that TCU develops. It emphasizes on these dimensions, and this is where we can explore equity in our inspection work. Equity is the fifth E. We're not doing something new by mentioning equity. Equity is already included in our manual. It's a subproduct of effectiveness. Equity is a dimension that has to be better explored by the control entities. We shouldn't simply use averages that hide gender inequalities. An average in terms of a vaccination campaign, you might have reached 70 or 80% of the population, but who are these 20% that weren't vaccinated? Who are they? When we work with averages, sometimes we hide the inequalities. We hide those who didn't receive or benefit from the policy. So that's the first message that I'd like to leave you with. We have to promote equity as well. The other dimensions also are important, obviously. Economy, efficiency in expenditures, efficacy in the fulfillment of targets and goals, but we also have to incorporate equity. Another concept that we're working with and developing in the court is transversality, or the cross-cutting nature of policies. Policies can't be seen in isolation. Obviously, the ministries have their own secretariats, their own audit departments. But when you have a department that emphasizes human rights, we try to see the problems of each of the groups, because these problems are also cross-cutting in nature. There are some situations concerning gender, and this involves domestic violence, feminicides, but also access to health care, to sexual and reproductive rights. There's inequality in schooling levels as well, inequality in the marketplace, in the economic autonomy of women. There are differences in wages as well. Women occupy less spaces of power. They're less empowered. Leadership positions, there are less women in these positions. And also a low percentage of municipalities in which women's entities are not properly structured. Also, there's the issue of harassment against women. We had an audit focusing on the universities and focusing specifically on harassment. This is very important so that we can understand that gender is not limited to a single entity, a single box. It's also cross-cutting in nature. And the first national plan for policies for women, it was instituted in 2004, and it already talked about this cross-cutting nature with no hierarchy that should influence the execution and monitoring of gender policies. This transversality has to be present in all stages of the public policies. And a third point that I'd like to emphasize, this is something that we're trying to do in TCU, we want to understand better intersectionality as a concept. This was also mentioned before by the previous speakers. Intersectionality presupposes that a single person faces several different types of discrimination due to the social markers. A woman on its own already faces this problem, but if this woman is Black or has a disability, she will face more discrimination. She will have a greater difficulty of access because of these intersectional markers. I give you 3 examples in these charts. The data is not updated, but the idea is not to give you a number. It's just to show you what intersectionality is, what I mean by that. The first graph makes this clear when we compare genders, men and women. In terms of wages, we see women receive less than men, but when we have this intersection between Black women and white women, we see white women are doing better. White women earn almost 80% as much as men, but when you take a look at Black women, they only earn 50% of what men earn, white men. So we take a look at all of these intersectional markers. In education, women even do better in schooling levels when compared to men. But when we compare white women and Black women represent less than half. So we have 24% of white women that concluded higher education. This percentage drops drastically when we talk about Black women. So educational policies have to focus on that as well. We need to have affirmative actions, student assistance to solve this problem. So when people criticize quotas and affirmative actions, we have to take a look at these graphs. It's an affirmative action. Equity is a mechanism so that you can overcome inequalities through affirmative actions. When we talk about leadership positions where women also have needs, have their own understanding of the world, they can also have an influence in decisions. Men still dominate this segment. Women, even if they've increased their participation in these positions, they still have not reached parity. And when we compare this with the Black population, this is even more evident. We have in the Ministry of Management and Innovation, we have a program that has to be praised. It aims to foster the access of women to leadership positions, and the entities have their internal roles to play with regards to this program. So this violation cycle is very important when we talk about intersectionality. These are the examples that we had to show you. We have some challenges that were identified in the control activities. One of the main challenges is central and multi-level governance. We have advanced recently, ever since 2003, we have entities, we have special secretariats, we have ministries. We now have the Ministry for Racial Equality, the Ministry for Human Rights, but this governance is still very sensitive in terms of promoting dialogues and commitments. And when we move to the state and the municipal level, this is not reflected in the subnational levels. So the gender agenda has to be reflected in all levels of government, in the subnational levels as well. There's a risk that these agencies and these entities might be dismantled depending on the administration that takes office. We saw this in the past few years, the matter of human rights, the committees. Several of these committees had been created through decrees, and these decrees were revoked by the previous administration. So the ideological profile is also a risk when we talk about human rights and equality in our country, unfortunately. We have recent proof of this. Another issue that is important in the multi-level governance is the clear definition of the financial responsibilities that are attributed to each level of government. When we're talking about a gender policy, we need decentralized policies. So each entity will work differently in this policy. They will have different roles. And we have to discuss how this will be financed. And also we need predictability for the resource allocations. Some allocations are only carried out at the end of the fiscal year because of budget restrictions. Some actions are discontinued as a result. This predictability is also important when we're talking about funding for these public policies. It's not enough simply to have an allocation on the budget, but we have to look at the execution. If these resources were left as remainders to be paid in the following year, and also a problem in alignment with regards to affirmative actions. I talked about the quotas and student loans. So the government tried to democratize access to education through quotas and affirmative actions, but at the same time, the student assistance and student loan programs had a greater responsibility. because you're bringing more people into the system. These people have a high likelihood of dropping out, and then you have a big burden on the student programs. So these are two complementary policies. And when you have a strong affirmative action on the one hand, you have an impact on the other policy as well. The second point is the invisibility of specific groups in the formulation of gender policies. We talk about violence. We know that violence against rural women is a lot more intense than violence against women that live in larger cities. So there's a lot of violence against Black women as well. This intersectionality has to be considered so that these audiences and these groups don't become invisible, because sometimes they're neglected in the policy as a result. So we can't leave anybody behind. Intersectionality is important to prevent that. And we have to see how these expenditures are promoting access of women to the services and to the specific policies. I have a few cases. We have the Brazilian shelter for women. The execution has been quite low historically. We brought figures from 2019 to 2021, and only 6.5% of the resources were actually executed. Even if you say that you signed 29 contracts, but only a few municipalities started the construction work for these shelters. So we have to see what is happening in the front line. Also, breast cancer. That's an expensive policy for women. The universal healthcare system can't meet the demand yet. The figures show that the demand for exams represented 60% of the services.
And some other complementary actions, such as medical evaluations, maintenance of equipment. So it's a policy that is well funded, but we need to look at how it is being implemented on the ground. The cross-cutting agendas in the PPA and the ALOA, Samantha explored this very well, and she even considered the exclusive and non-exclusive resources. The current PPA has the cross-cutting women's agenda. In previous years, we had some setbacks. So it's important to ensure transparency and cross-cuttingness to ensure that there will be no discontinuation. Also, the difficulties, as Samantha mentioned, how are you going to appropriate the expenditures of a universal policy? But she presented some solutions and short-term measures, but this is a concern of ours as well. And also the monitoring of the SDG achievement. Looking at the official site, we see that several goals and targets, the indicators are still being built. And so we need to advance a little more so that Brazil can report on its performance. This is my last slide from the perspective of control and auditing. This morning, Vanessa mentioned that TCU developed an equity perspective, working with 11 groups. So street population, prison population, elderly population. We try to understand the problems of these groups and the cross-cutting nature of the policy so that we can better control and audit and raise awareness of all the units, because it's not something for just one unit. The policies are cross-cutting. Our auditing actions need to be cross-cutting as well regarding all the units that have the oversight of specific policies. So it is we have several protocols, conventions, agreements ratified by Brazil, but we need to find ways to protect them. The improvement of the performance of the auditing work. We need to look at equity and look at each group. As already mentioned, when we don't have political representation of all the groups of society, and this is valid for women, the public budgets will reflect biases. And so to promote greater participation in high administration and leadership roles, this is important for women to occupy spaces and increase their participation in decisions. The identity and intersectional perspective, it's what the literature calls horizontal inequality. The discourse used to emphasize vertical inequality and income inequality, but without looking at the specificities of the different identity groups. I'm sorry to interrupt you, so if you could please move on to your conclusions. Yes, this is my last slide. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Dr.
Thank you,
Gomes, pela
Paulo Gomes, for your contributions. I would like to point out very quickly, among so many points that you have mentioned, you made reference to the importance of including effective participation of women in governance and formulation of public policies. How are we going to think of budgetary execution that has a cross-cutting perspective if the design of the policy does not take into account this balance, this perspective, this understanding on equity? That's very important, and an element that supports your reasoning. There's a measure, an ongoing measure based on a resolution of the National Council of Justice. A year ago, it approved a gender rule for promotion of judges. So as judges rise in their careers, we know that there is a lack of balance in the participation of women at the higher levels. Men are overly represented to the loss of women at the higher levels of the courts, including the Supreme Federal Court. And so the courts are also involved in administrative management. It makes no sense for this imbalance to occur. And so this measure establishing a rule for alternation of gender in filling the positions in the courts. So there's a list, there's the traditional list, and there's a list of women. So the rule is about alternating someone from the general list with someone from the women's list. And I believe that this will change the face of the prosecutor's office and the judiciary at the higher levels, which also exercises governance and is also involved in the governance of the budget. So thank you so much for your participation. And with these remarks, I'd like to apologize. I will need to leave because of another appointment. And so Dr. Luciene will replace me. Thank you so much for your participation. I'd like to bid you farewell. I'm sorry, Pedro Marim. I will not remain for your presentation. I'd like to give the floor back then to Dr. Luciene Pereira. Thank you, Dr. Nicolau Gino. Thank you for your trust and for remaining with us until now, supporting this event. I am sure that all the panels will be viewed by the PFDC such an important and strategic unit in the for the organization, the whole organization of the Federal Prosecutor's Office. Thank you, Dr. Gino. And so, continuing with our program, I'd like to invite Pedro Marim, who is Executive Coordinator of the Practical Guide of the DG Setúbal Foundation for States and Municipalities to design gender-responsive budgets. It's a joy to welcome you, Pedro. And it's great to have a civil society foundation providing support to states and municipalities. We are curious to know whether the understanding of the organizations, whether there is convergence of public bodies. Are we doing the right thing, or associations doing the right thing? We thought it would be important for us to learn more about the work of the foundation so that we can learn, and we have a lot to learn when we work with the municipalities. There are the municipalities are very heterogeneous. I began with external control, with exercising oversight of municipalities and auditing municipalities. And so I learned a lot with this work in the municipalities. And I would like to learn more about the work done by the DG Setúbal Foundation. I haven't identified yet that I believe you have some initiatives, and so I'd like to know. We had a breakfast at Folha de São Paulo, and you gave us a few spoilers on that occasion, so it's a great occasion for you to share some of the ideas that you shared with us on that occasion. Thank you, Luciane, for your introduction, and I'd like to greet the Federal Prosecutor's Office for proposing such an important event. It shows how the topic has evolved and become important beyond a niche of organizations. It is an event that is mobilizing public authorities at different levels, and that's very important because we will need everyone engaged, public authorities, academia, civil society. So who is doing the right thing, the different visions? We are all learning how to do things. There isn't a finished methodology for gender responsive budgets in Brazil, and the whole world is accumulating experience on how to do this. And the foundation, I will tell you a little bit about the foundation, but we understand that civil society needs to contribute as well. And we don't have answers, we don't have an ideal methodology, but we believe that we can help systematize the experiences, both international and national, and contribute to the efforts of the authorities at the federal, state, and municipal levels. I will share my screen and start my presentation with an audio description.
I'm a white man. I'm wearing a blue t-shirt. I have short black hair. I have a mustache and a beard. I started my trajectory with the public budget in the municipal level. I'm a manager from the City Hall of São Paulo. I worked between 2013 and 2015 with the budget, and this topic of cross-cutting budgets, gender budgeting, other matters related to human rights. This came to me during my experience in the municipality. The city of São Paulo was creating new structures to cover cross-cutting matters, and the managers responsible for such policies came to talk to each other. And they asked me, what do we have for women in the budget? What do we have for the homeless population in the budget? And we didn't have those markers. Back then, I didn't even know the terminology that is used in this seminar. And this started out with practice. And it means that it is a challenge for budget managers in the different levels of government. And it's important to improve these tools and advance so that we can transform our budget structure. It was designed in the past where the public sector was very specialized. It worked in silos and boxes, and we needed to develop this structure so that we could introduce cross-cutting themes. Everything that Paulo said before me, how can we promote equity? How can we use the public resources more efficiently? How can we have more transparency, as Carmela said? How can we advance and incorporate these topics in the budget? Talking about Foundation Setúbal and how we started working with this. This is a civil society organization. We're a family foundation, and we work with the fight against social and spatial inequalities. We try to systematize methods so that we can reduce the distance between the urban centers and the surrounding areas. The foundation has been working for over 15 years in a specific neighborhood of São Paulo. We foster other organizations that work in the development of the cities and reduction of inequalities. And we have some programs and some advocacy strategies where we try to systematize methodologies and share them with governments so that we can get things right. We believe that the reproduction of inequalities happens silently. It's hidden. We don't see it. If we don't think about that when we're preparing public policies, we will reproduce inequalities inevitably. Carmela showed you what happens with taxation. Black women are taxed more than white men when we consider the proportion of income. If we don't look at this side of the public policy, we won't be able to correct the problem. So it's important to give greater visibility to the way in which public policies are reproducing inequalities, and we have to think about ways of fighting against that. In the foundation, I coordinate this program, which is called the Program for Planning and Public Budgeting, and we're taking a look at inequalities in the planning and budget instruments. And in 2022, we launched a handbook, a guide that Luciene mentioned. It's a guide for gender and race budgeting. We saw that we had a void in the federal level in this theme because the federal government was not working with the cross-cutting budget. We had a lack of content in Portuguese about gender budgeting. We had a lot of discussions internationally, but very few themes were adapted to Portuguese. And we were about to start a new planning cycle, so it would be important to bring together some tools, some findings from the international literature to help state governments to prepare their multi-year plans. When we launched the guide, we found several other organizations that were also discussing the same theme. We held a seminar in the House of Representatives. And from this seminar, we produced the Network for the Women's Budget. It brings together several organizations and people that are discussing gender-responsive budgeting. The network is located in the Secretariat for Women in the House of Representatives. We have a website in which we bring together all of the content on the topic that we find. We post everything and upload everything on our website. We have Reduz, another network. You see the link on the screen. These are some of the organizations that are part of the network. We have Foundation TIDE Setúbal. We have Atenda. This was our partner in the preparation of the guide. ASECOR, GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency, CEFEMIA, a very important feminist organization that has a lot of experience with gender budgeting. They participated in a panel previously as well. All of these organizations are represented, even TCU, and the purpose of the network is to systematize and produce and prepare reports on this topic and share that with the different levels of government. Last year, actually in 2022, since the new planning cycle was about to happen, the states had to work on their multi-year plans. So one of the goals of the network for 2023 was to support the states in the preparation of the PPAs. Once the network set the goal, very quickly we started to talk to the states that were interested in working with cross-cutting planning and budgeting. The network is quite small. Several of the people who participated in the network spoke at the event. Rita, Beatriz, myself, we tried to be in all of the panels and we tried to talk to all of the states that came to us for information. We shared our information. We didn't have a specific methodology. The guide is simply brings together the different tools. And we had a dialogue with all of the states that you see on the screen. In some cases, we had deeper discussions. In other cases, we had initial discussions or training. So we talked to a representative group of states. We went deeper into discussions with Ceará, Rio Grande do Norte, Rio de Janeiro, Acre, and Paraná. These are the states with which we worked the most. But we held courses for managers. These courses were delivered along with ENAP. We had courses for municipal managers, for the states, so we carried out several actions, focusing on the state managers, trying to foster and leverage cross-cutting budgets. The states, this is an image that you will find in the manual. The states were in different levels of maturity with regards to race and gender and the mainstreaming of these topics on the budget. So we didn't have a methodology, and we worked with what we had, depending on the situation in each state. So there were states that simply wanted to focus on the expenditures. They wanted to see which expenditures were related with gender and race. There were states that wanted to work on cross-cutting goals in the multi-year plan, very similar to what the federal government does in its cross-cutting agendas. There were states that wanted to use the opportunity to bring together all of the secretariats so that they could think about redesigning the programs and policies. So we did a bit of everything with the states. And what I wanted to show you today is a general overview and the lessons that we learned from this experience. We will have a meeting with the states in November. We've sent invitations to the secretariats of planning so that they can meet with us in November so that we can talk about the experiences with the multi-year plan, the attempt of introducing cross-cutting topics in the budget, the lessons learned. We did learn a few lessons, and I want to show this to you. First, a general overview of what the states want to do with regards to gender budgeting and race also. First, transversality, this cross-cutting nature of the policies, because this was at the edges of the public administration. I have a PhD in public administration, and up until 2016, we didn't talk about transversality at all. But it wasn't discussed in the universities. It wasn't mainstreamed. And now it's becoming mainstream. We see that our challenges won't be solved if we don't work with cross-cutting public policies, if we don't meet specific demands from different groups, if we don't work in an intersectional manner. The other one is the need of providing responses to concrete problems. In the state of Acre, this was one of the states with which we had technical cooperation. Kelly was in one of the panels. She spoke, and we had a problem with the feminicides. Acre was poorly ranked in the list of feminicides, and they needed to provide a response to the problem. And gender budgeting is a response to the problem. We have to start to rethink the policy so that we can solve the problem of feminicides. Also, the federal government has an inducing role. Samantha talked about this and how this works in the multi-year plan. This contaminates the states and the municipalities. They see what the federal government is doing and they want to replicate that. So this is very important as well. Several states had a previous experience with a cross-cutting budget, focusing specifically on children and adolescents. It was a methodology used by Abrinq Foundation, supported by UNICEF. They had a first experience and they wanted to see what would be the next step. Several states were focusing on that. And we had states in which we had new secretariats in charge of cross-cutting policies, the Secretariat for Women's Rights. These secretariats were either created or strengthened, and they understood that gender-responsive budgeting would be a tool to be used in the government. It's not simply having a budget. A gender budget empowers these secretariats. And these secretariats then can put pressure on other secretariats and ask for results from others as well. So you have the possibility of working with your peers. That's also important. What are the challenges that we found when we worked with the states? This is the disadvantage of speaking last. I'll repeat a lot of what was already said. Several things. First, there's a weak cross-cutting ecosystem. To have a good budget, you need to have a Council for Policies for Women that is proactive. You need to have a state plan for women. You need to have a secretariat for women that works well in the federal level. This is not easy to do. It is hard to do. And in the state level, it's even worse. Some states don't have a state plan. The Secretariat for Women is understaffed, and they don't understand the importance of gender-responsive budgeting. And they say, no, I want a budget for myself. I don't want to get involved with the other secretariats. And you won't, so there's always a certain tension. The difficulty of mobilizing other entities. And sometimes it's hard to work with the Secretariat for Education or Secretariat of Health. Sometimes you call them to the table and they don't come. There's a challenge with the systems. That's very hard. This appeared in almost all of the states. We worked with parallel controls, with Excel spreadsheets. We can't insert the necessary information in the system so that we can actually label the budget and mark the budget, so that we can know that this line item refers to this program and what is the criteria that I will use. The states don't have that possibility in their systems. And to change a system, that's not easy to do. We know that. Paulo showed you the absence of indicators and data on gender and race. So a lot of this information is in administrative records, but it doesn't become indicators all of a sudden. And we were open-hearted when we went to the States. We said, let's do this together. And the States told me, no, I want a methodology right away. And we don't have these references yet. They're not consolidated. We're still building this in the federal level, but it's very recent. And then when you move to the state level, there are specificities in the public policies. How will you work with that in the public security policy, in the education policy, in the state level? Because there are specificities.
For example, we are starting, Dr. Luciene asked about the work with municipalities. We are beginning to talk with them. I'm part of a group that is discussing this in São Paulo. How are we going to appropriate the expenditures with daycare centers? So is the whole expenditure with daycare centers sensitive to gender? Is it just a part of it? Is it only the part that involves solo mothers, single mothers? Are mothers going to leave the children the whole day at the center? So we might not need to have this discussion in all the municipalities, but we could try to design some national directives and criteria to use. The feminist movements, the women's movements should play an active role in this, trying to unify and systematize the criteria so that everyone will use the same, so that we can compare. São Paulo invests this amount, and Minas invests this other amount, or Belo Horizonte. So this is how we are going to advance in evaluations. In order to tackle these challenges, the states have been adopting certain strategies, such as creation of legislation. Rio and Acre created an obligatory report on rendering of accounts with a gender perspective. This is part of the legislation regulated by decree as a strategy for it to ensure its continuity. Partnerships among the women's secretariats, the racial secretariats, and planning, because these partnerships are fundamental for things to work well. It's no use planning working on its own, women's secretariats working on their own. In Rio de Janeiro, it's working really well. The two secretariats work together, and it works. It drives the topic forward. Another strategy are the partnerships with civil society. It helps to have a term of cooperation with someone from outside who will help to address the topic within public administration. Some states have come to us, to the foundation and the network of women's budgets, for cooperation and to ensure greater weight to the discussion within the government. About the agenda of the network for 2024, we are in the process of evaluating collectively the results achieved. We have a meeting with the states in November. We understand that it's very important to train people to implement gendered budgets in the states and municipalities. We are going to start the municipal cycle of planning soon, and so we have lack of capacity on the topic. Few people are aware of gender and race issues and are able to get to the state government level and think of labels of all the technical stuff. It's very specific knowledge, and we need to train more people. So the network is proposing training courses. We want to systematize the state cases and turn this into a publication telling about the experience of the states and consolidating good practices. And we formulated a commitment charter for candidates to the position of mayor, where they undertake a commitment with gender and race issues. Do I have time? I just wanted to show some results. Do I have time? Oh, your time is up, but I will allow 3 more minutes, okay? Yes, I just wanted to show some of the results of the work with the states. The results speak for themselves.
A Kelly já teve, e eu acho que é importante você acho que é importante você colocar.
Então tá bom. Não, então aqui, por exemplo, trazendo o PPA do Ceará,
the PPA of the state of Ceará, one of the states that we supported. Ceará defined 8 cross-cutting topics in its planning. Methodology similar to that of the federal government, not as sophisticated in its implementation, but a similar rationale, defining cross-cutting topics and results with their own indicators and statements of what is going to be achieved. So gender, racial equality, with specific programs for these topics and deliverables in the various programs of the budget to respond to the cross-cutting challenge. That's what Ceará did. Acre, we supported also in a process of construction of the first report of gendered budget that they formulated. So we took the LOA 2024 and tried to define how to appropriate expenditures that will dialogue with gender equality and defined categories, how to appropriate, what are the criteria. We tried to innovate as well in relation to the federal government methodology. We had some statements, government statements of the priorities for gender equity, and we tried to highlight this in a specific category. So category 2 is about strategies, and so these are the priorities in terms of fighting gender inequalities. And with the same challenges as the federal government, because the exclusive expenditures are very a small share, the non-exclusive are the biggest share, and we use weights and the population, the percentage of the population of women in Acre, and to weigh the expenditures. And but we need more detailed weights. We also looked at personnel expenditure, a significant share of the budget in the states and municipalities.
E aí a gente falou, bom, como é que este pedaço tão grande do orçamento está distribuído, né?
Is such a big share of the budget distributed? Can we see inequalities in the remuneration of men and women? Graph 8 shows that on average, there is little difference in the remuneration of men and women. But when you go and look at the secretariats closer to the center of the government, the ones that have more power, such as finance and office of the governor and so on, you will see a bigger difference in remuneration. This was surprising for the planning staff, the planning team, because they thought they had equal remuneration between men and women. And so we asked about commissions, and they said they don't, but we need to analyze what's happening.
Acho que também pode ser uma questão importante dos
It
orçamentos
can
de
be
gênero
an
olhar
important
para essa
issue
despesa, para esse grupo
to
de
look
despesa
at
que é
this
tão
expenditure, which is
representativo,
so
que ocupa
representative
tanto espaço dentro da despesa pública.
and that takes so much
Falando também da
of the
carta,
public
a carta que a gente
expenditure.
está fazendo para as
The
candidatas a
charter
prefeito e
for
vereador,
the
a gente teve 128
candidates
adesões até o
to
momento,
the
seguem
positions of
abertas, se
mayor
tiver alguma
and member
candidata ou
of
candidato nos
Legislative
assistindo, eu
Assembly. So if
convido
there
a
are any
entrar na
candidates
página do
watching,
Orçamento Mulher e assinar a carta de
please
compromisso.
access
E é isso, esse aqui
our
é o
portal and
código
sign
do
this
nosso
charter.
guia, tá
This is the
disponível para
QR
download no
code
site da
for our
Fundação.
guide,
E agradeço mais uma
available for
vez o convite e a
download.
oportunidade de estar
Thank
aqui
you
com
once
vocês.
again for the opportunity.
Muito obrigada, Pedro,
Thank
pela
you,
sua
Pedro,
exposição.
for your
Agradeço a todos,
presentation.
né? Eu vou fazer
Thank you
alguns
all.
comentários
I'd
aqui.
like to
Você
make
está
some
compartilhando aí na
comments.
sua tela. Eu vou fazer assim um apanhado geral e depois eu
So,
volto a
some
palavra
general
para
comments, and
vocês
then I'll give the
fazerem
floor back to you
as considerações sobre
for
o que
your
eu falar e as considerações já fazem as
responses
considerações
and
finais.
final
Bom,
remarks.
bom, o que nos levou
What has led us
a participar com a
to
escola superior do Ministério
participate
Público
with
da
the
União,
higher
ONU
school
Mulheres?
of
Em
the
março a gente fez
prosecutor's
seminário
office and UN Women is that in March we had a seminar to celebrate Women's Week,
teve a escola superior
and
como
the higher school
e
was a
a ONU
partner,
Mulheres
and
participou.
UN Women
Ali,
participated.
já houve
On that
ponto
occasion,
que chamou muita atenção.
one point drew a lot of attention. The federal level has several initiatives that are very valuable, but we have
Números chamam a atenção, né? Eu sou presidente da associação, mas eu sou auditora
our
do
attention
Tribunal
on
Superior da União.
numbers. I am an auditor. I have experience with finances. 24 years I've been working with public finances, with the law on public responsibility and public debts, and most of my time. And so people might not understand why I am involved in this agenda. But what drew attention is that the Union in 2021 published the first report on the women's budget. And this is connected to what Carmela mentioned in her last slide. It's something that shocks me. The whole world talks about gender responsive budget, but the Union comes with the women's budget. This is something that creates resistance. There are men working in certain sectors, specifically the economic and fiscal areas. It gives the idea that women want to take over a share of the budget. This is not said publicly, but we know that there is resistance. So taxonomy is important in the process of persuasion and dialogue with society. The budget is not only for women, not only for men. As Paulo said, there needs to be equity. And for each public policy, you need to take an X-ray of how the public policy affects more or less, or might correct a deficiency, a weakness. So that's the first point. And I went to look into this. Why women's budget? And I was told that at the Congress, we cannot use the word gender. And we need to overcome this. It's very important that audit institutions, prosecutor's office, TCU, need to be firm.
expressão que é internacional, até para que a gente
It's
tenha
an international term. We need to ensure
do ponto de vista
comparability
mais macro de América
from a
Latina
macro
ou a União
level.
Europeia, a gente tem
Latin
speaker da
America
União
or
Europeia
European
falando sobre as
Union.
suas
We had speakers from the European
Então,
Union
é
speaking
muito
about their
importante para
initiatives.
não
It's very
gerar
important
resistência em
so that we
setores
can
formadores de
overcome
opinião e
resistance
que nós não vamos ter como
in the
ter
various
somente as mulheres
sectors.
nas
We are
finanças, a
not
gente
going to
precisa de
contemplate
todos
only
os
women.
atores
We
das
need
finanças.
all
Esse é
the
o primeiro
players.
ponto que eu gostaria
So
de
that's the first
destacar, porque
point that I'd
nesses
like to
6
point out,
meses que eu
because
venho
in
atuando,
6
eu
months
já
that I've
ouvi
been
muitas
working,
coisas.
I've heard a lot.
Então, em 2021, a União
In
publicou o seu
2021, the
relatório
Union
Mulher
published
Mais Ações
the
de mulher de
report on the
235
women's
Eu
budget
bati o olho e falei,
with
isso aqui não é real,
235 billion
não é real.
dedicated to this
olhei o
budget. I looked at it and I
mas eu falei
said,
que não era real,
it's not real.
né? Porque quando a gente conhece o orçamento, a gente sabe que não tem espaço fiscal para isso. Falei, bom,
We
no
know that
mínimo o
there isn't
orçamento da
fiscal space
educação
for
todo e
this.
da saúde todo está aqui nesse relatório
So
batata,
the whole
dito e feito, né? O que aconteceu.
health and
Aí,
education
em
budgets are here.
22,
And so in
esse montante foi
2020,
para 349
the
bi.
amount
Me
rose
convenceu
to
menos ainda.
340
Tem menor
B.
chance. Aí,
No
em
chance.
23,
In 23,
215,9 bi.
215.9 billion. In 2024,
Para mim, né?
a more
Bati o olho,
realistic
falei, bom, tem
figure,
realismo aí um pouco maior, que é de 14 bi, mas eu já vi aqui que foram
14 billion.
abertos uns créditos, esse número
But credits were
foi para
opened
mais ou
and
menos
the
17
figure rose
bilhões. Aí
to
o negócio começa a
17
ficar
billion.
mais
And
factível na
so
minha
this is
mente.
more
E as outras ações,
concrete.
então, passou a separar, como a Samantha expôs aqui, separar o que são ações exclusivas e
So
o que não são
separating
ações
exclusive
mesmo as
from
que são ações
non-exclusive.
exclusivas, a gente tem percentual muito grande,
So
né?
there is a huge
do
percentage
Minha Casa Minha Vida.
of
Então,
Minha Casa Minha
único
Vida
programa
here.
está aí com a
A
maior
single
parte
program
das ações.
with
Então, a
most
gente
of
viu
the
em
actions.
março
So in
uma
March,
instabilidade
we saw
metodológica, viu, Samantha? E
methodological
foi essa
instability.
instabilidade
And it was this
metodológica que chamou muito a
instability
atenção
that
da gente.
drew
E aí a
our
gente falou, que tal a
attention.
gente fazer uma semana
And we thought,
orçamentária? A
why
gente
don't
sabe que
we
esse não é
have a
tema para ter uma bala
budgetary
de
week?
prata em que
There
você
isn't
vai
a
dar
magic
tiro só
bullet
e você vai
here.
resolver. Não vai
It's not
resolver,
something we
né?
will
Envolve
solve
essa
with a
semana
single bullet.
mostra
And
que
so
esse é um tema
this week shows
multidisciplinar, que
that it
você
is a
precisa ter
multidisciplinary
vários
topic, that we
olhares,
need
né? Para que você
several
possa encontrar
perspectives
os pontos
so that we
nodais
can
e ver onde é que
find
você precisa
all the
avançar.
points
E
and where we
precisava
have to
envolver a
advance.
parte tributária, a gente ficou muito
And we
feliz
have
de ter
to
aqui a Receita
involve the
Federal,
tax
o
part. It was great
Planejamento,
that we
Secretaria
have the Tax
Executiva,
Authority,
só
Ministry of
o
Planning,
Tesouro, várias
the Federal
unidades. Então,
Budget
eu acho que
Secretariat, the
o que a
Treasury.
Samantha apresentou, a gente
What
vê que nesse
Samantha
período vocês estavam
presented,
fazendo aquelas reuniões com a OCDE
so you
em
had
fevereiro,
meetings
e a
with the
gente vê
OECD in
que nesses
February,
6,
and we
7
see
meses
that
uma
in these
evolução
6 or
do
7
da
months,
gostaria de
we
parabenizar
saw an
a
evolution.
Secretaria do
I'd like to
Orçamento Federal e o
congratulate the
Ministério
Federal
do
Budget
Planejamento
Secretariat
como um
and the
todo
Ministry of
por
Planning as
esse
a whole
esforço. A gente
for
não
these
está no
efforts.
cenário ideal, mas acho que a gente
We are
avançou
not in the ideal
bastante em
scenario
relação
yet,
a esse
but we
cenário que eu
advanced
tinha em
a lot
março. E que me
when
assustou,
compared to
eu falei, olha,
March.
gente, eu vou
And I
falar
was
aqui uns
surprised.
números, eu fiz uma palestra numa universidade,
I
falei, eu
made
vou
a
falar uns números
presentation
aqui,
in
mas
a
eu não
university,
acredito
and
nesses
I was
números,
going
tá?
to list the
Então,
numbers, but I
falei
don't
assim,
believe in the
as pessoas
numbers.
falaram, esses números
That's what
para
I
mim não
said.
são reais,
The
a gente vai ter
numbers,
que
to me, they're
discutir
not
muito
real.
mais.
We'll have to
E
discuss them
também,
more deeply.
então esse é ponto.
This
Mas
is
eu
one of the
ainda tenho
points.
dúvida,
But I have some
Samantha,
doubts, Samantha.
ali naquela tabela, num
In
quadrinho
that
verde,
table
que você e o
with the
Rafael,
green
que
chart
trabalham com
that
política do
you and
Tesouro, apresentam
Raphael
ontem, ele
presented
fala
yesterday,
assim, ali tem
it
algumas
says
colunas
we
do
have some
previsto,
columns
da dotação e
of
alguma coisa
the
de execução.
allocation
De onde
and
vocês
information
estão
about the
pegando essa
execution.
execução? Porque
Where is
toda
this
discussão que
information
a gente
coming
tem
from
feito
about the
em
execution?
vários painéis, a semana
All of
toda,
these
quer dizer,
discussions we've had
esses 3
during
dias
the week,
o sistema de administração
we've
financeira
said
não
that
fornece
the
isso para gente. Como é que a
financial
SOF está
administration
fazendo?
system
O
doesn't
sistema de
provide this information. What is SOF doing?
recorrendo à inteligência
Do
artificial, a
you use
Microsoft,
artificial
aquele
intelligence?
sistema lá
Do you
do
use CIOF,
planejamento, mas que não
the
tem
planning
essa
system?
interoperabilidade com o CIAF,
but it doesn't have interoperability with CIAFI. So how do you get this information? Do you have information about execution? Because I know the government approved 1,000 in the budget. Okay. In the first 2 months, or in the second period of 2 months, we have to restrict the budget because we have to comply with the fiscal target. And this was imposed by the Constitution. So we have to balance things out. We'll have to cut something out. Can I see these restrictions to the budget? Because you give the ministry a global perspective. Are these cutbacks only on programs that have an impact on a specific gender, or can't I see that yet? Because the financial execution in CIAFI, we don't have indicators or markers that enable us to see what is happening. Yesterday, we had a rich presentation. The former Minister of Finances from Ecuador, she implemented the system there. And she gave us the overview from 10 countries where they do use this in public administration. Glaucio, maybe I didn't understand this from his presentation, but I understood that SOF goes to a certain extent, and from then on, the Treasury would have to take over. The Treasury was there, and they said, SOFIA has to define what they need in terms of markers. We will see if we have room for that in CIAFI. If there's no room, we'll have to create that. If there's no room, then we have to make room to create these indicators. This point is not yet clear for me. I don't understand the reality of the federal government. How many markers do you have? In which systems can we find these markers? And we have to understand what CIOP is and what CIAFI is. And what is the information that I can extract from CIAFI concerning the execution? Do we have more remains to be paid, accrued liabilities? So the secretariats also presented their own difficulties when using markers with financial execution. So we have CIAFI and CIAFIC. CIAFIC, the federal government, through the Treasury, the federal government establishes the minimum national standards, and it's important to discuss if this is an element that is under the minimum scope. So this is one of the points that I noticed concerning transversality and cross-cutting measures. The under prosecutor talked about the annual report. More than 1,000 feminicides. I don't know if Pedro knows. What are the factors behind this? Public security, law enforcement agencies, poor public lighting. Why was Acre in this situation? Why is it that they had so many feminicides? And what were the results of the gender-responsive budgeting in this sense? I think that would be very interesting to hear so that we can understand this perspective. Carmela spoke about the expenditure cap, and this had an impact in the low execution. Pedro addressed an interesting point, and I'd like to share with you a reality. When I came to the federal government, we held meetings with the social department and the economic department, separate meetings. They didn't meet together. I had to go to 2 meetings on the same day. And I said, listen, I'm not going to these meetings. You should either accept to meet together or I won't come to the meetings any longer. And then they started to conduct joint meetings with the economic and social area. And we evolved a lot. They integrated. And why am I saying this? Because sometimes the social area has certain desires that don't fit into the budget. So the Secretariat for Women, they want to execute the budget for health and for education. This has implications. We have constitutional restraints, we have rules. So if in the budget, the allocation is for the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Health has to execute it. It can't simply say that it will allocate these resources to another ministry. So we have to tell the secretariats, the women's secretariats, that it's important for them to interact with other units. But the other secretariats face constitutional restraints. So if there's any allocation from the healthcare department to the women's secretariat, then that generates a problem. Just to give you an idea, the actions that have impact on women, last year, we had 91 actions, 25% in healthcare, 15% in social assistance, 9% in education, 8% in cities, 7% in justice. But health and education have specific constitutional rules. In social assistance, we have a specific budget as well. It's a separate budget. Women are not included. So you can't take that social assistance action because from the constitutional perspective, you will breach the Constitution, and that can generate a problem of responsibility and accountability. So this integration that you spoke of in Rio de Janeiro, this integration of women's secretariat with planning is important because the planning department understands all of these rules. So this is another point that I wanted to address, because most of the actions toward women are actions that are under these functions that have to comply with specific constitutional rules. And this is also connected to the accounts of the executive branch. And then this can even generate a problem with regards to the judgment of these accounts. And finally, I want to talk about the fiscal space. I'll talk about the federal government. In the federal government, we've had a significant growth in expenditures of the general regime, and this has generated problems for the other public policies. The historical series from 2010 to 2023, we had charges with human resources, the interest rates 7%, the pensions 73%, that was the increase. So it's a budget of almost 1 trillion reais. Investments dropped 40%. Amortizations of the public debt, we had a drop in 40%, and consequently, with an increase of expenditures, we had an expressive deficit of almost 300 billion reais and a drop in amortizations. And as a result, I have an increase in the debt. So it seems that the federal government collects the taxes and pays for the debt. And there were fiscal years in which the federal government didn't even pay interest. They had enough bonds to avoid that. So I work with debt and with fiscal responsibility for several years. Why am I here? I'm here because I believe that there's only one way of meeting the demands of this vulnerable group in society, which is to improve the quality of expenditures with monitoring and assessment of public policies so that the specialized entities can give us an X-ray of the situation. And as a result, we have a constitutional amendment saying this. This has to feed back into the public policies. Based on that, we will have a public policy. The public policy is not effective. It doesn't promote inequality reductions. It does not promote equity between men and women. This public policy has to end. It has to be discontinued in any sector. And this public policy has to have more investments so that we can meet the rules foreseen in our Constitution. This will only happen when we can see if we are being efficient in the allocation of resources. That's why I'm here. My colleagues have this mission of performing the audits of public policies for human rights, but the budget, and that's why Samantha is here, the budget area has to provide the means so that the Secretariat, so that Carmela, so that Pedro can undertake these actions, and so that they can take the results of the assessments to Congress. And this has to be considered every year when we draft the budget. That's why we tried to bring together these two things. I could say that this would be easy, that it would be easy to obtain resources for all of these policies, but I won't do that. I know a few paths forward, and I try to share some things with the organizers of this event. Certainly, efficiency of expenditures through monitoring and assessment so that we can correct certain public policies. And this is the area that Paulo is working with. They have expertise in auditing, and this helps us to correct the entities so that they can better monitor the policy, so that they can use better techniques. These are my considerations. And now I pass the floor. I'll start with Samantha, and then we can have a round of debates.
Does anyone need to leave, or can we remain for the final remarks? Samantha, 5 minutes. Do you think you can make your final remarks in 5 minutes? Thank you for your comments and questions. We always prepare to say more in the presentation, and then some of your questions. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to answer so many questions, but when I spoke about the need for continuous methodological improvement, that's a given fact. We know that it's not only problems are complex, our management reality is complex. The absence of data and information that is precise and qualified. In many sectors, for instance, adequate information of beneficiary population. We have more data on men and women beneficiaries of a policy. It might not be enough and not for all the policies, but we have less, for instance, information or data available about race and ethnicity. So there are many barriers in adequately appropriating the public expenditures. So we work in two moments. One, marking of the agenda. So looking at the budgetary actions and the database, or registry, if the agenda or audience or public is correctly identified so that we can look for this information. So for 2024, this was done. It's already available in the panel on cross-cutting agendas. But when we work with the report, the analysis on financial and budgetary execution, with data on budgetary monitoring, which is where we have more information in CRP, but it's not integrated with the CIAF. So it is at this other moment that we obtain more information about the execution according to budgetary action that is marked as part of the agenda. In the budgetary monitoring, then, we question about the target audience, the deliverables, the outputs, and how much of the resource has been executed or left as remains to be paid in the following year. And so we do this monitoring, budgetary monitoring, at the end of the first semester, which is a partial monitoring, and at the end of the year, the final monitoring. So in the reporting, we have other challenges. Our team ended up working in the past reports published this year, thinking of the challenge of reporting on 5 agendas by the end of April. We did manual searches in CIAF, trying to obtain as precisely as possible the information. In addition, we also used weights. So it's a bit strange that budgetary action in health or education is represented as 100% of the action. So for the next fiscal year, we are working with population weights in order to identify this more appropriately, not only using census data. We used continuous PNAD, household sample survey, specific data from the social assistance registry, but there is a lot to be done. And so we suffer from the lack of interoperability among systems. That's a real bottleneck. We know how long it takes to change this. So we do a lot of manual work. That's why it's important to ensure transparency, because we need to start checking whether the amounts make sense or not, and about the representation of the target audience, and also for the next cycles. In the case of policies to be evaluated by CEMAP, there's the criterion of cross-cuttingness. It's one of the criterions in selection of policies to be evaluated, and we hope to have this analysis component as well. So we are working at the Ministry of Planning and Budget and other bodies to qualify all these stages of the process in order to get as close as possible to reality. But we are not able to do this without all organizations, bodies in understanding about the qualification of the data. Just one aspect, how, and please feel free to say if you know or don't know, but is there any coordination between the Ministry of Planning and Budget and the Ministry of Finance that is ongoing to design a classifier that can be used in the budgetary law and budgetary system, the CIOP, and in the financial and budgetary execution system on the expenditure side? I'll give you an example.
Não
So,
são todas as
public
despesas do
health
Ministério da Saúde
services. These are
são
not all
consideradas para o mínimo
expenditures, not
constitucional.
all
Não são todas as
expenditures
despesas
of
da
the Ministry of
educação
Health
são
are
consideradas
considered
para o
in the
mínimo
constitutional
constitucional.
minimum.
São
Not all
aquelas
the
que são
educational
marcadamente
expenditures
no
are considered.
6,
It's
na
the ones that are
saúde, no
marked
inciso 8 na educação.
as
Com isso,
6
eu dou
and
um
8
comando no CIAP
in
e eu
health
sei todos
and
os empenhos
education
que foram
respectively. So
exigidos
I'll just
com
give a
aquele
command to
recurso,
CIAP
só
and
aquelas
I'll know
despesas que
how
a gente
much
puxa
has
para
been
ver se a União
allocated,
cumpriu ou não cumpriu o mínimo
and
de
we
saúde.
can
Se não fosse isso, a
observe
gente ia ter que caminhar
those
virando
specific
barriga.
expenditures.
Existe alguma
Is there
estratégia
a
entre os
strategy
ministérios para
among ministries
se cria algum marcador
to
que
create a
sirva
marker
tanto para o orçamento
that
quanto
serves the
para a
budget
execução
as
da
much as
despesa administrativa
execution of
orçamentária e financeira no
administrative and
CIAF,
financial
para ser bem
expenditure
objetivo?
administration in SIAP?
Bom, eu não consigo responder pelo
I
CIAF por
can't
movimento que está
answer
acontecendo,
for
mas de forma
SIAP,
objetiva, a gente tem
but
trabalhado
we have
com
been
o
working
Ministério da Fazenda
with the Ministry
e
of
com
Finance
outros órgãos
and
para
other
naquela
bodies
demanda, naquela parceria
on
com a OCDE
in
para a revisão do
partnership with the
orçamento da justiça
OECD
gênero, e dali
for
a
the
gente já
gendered
sabe pelo
budget
trabalho que
review.
tem sido realizado ao
And we
longo desse
know
ano que
from the
teremos
work done this
recomendações
year
nesse
that
sentido,
there
para
will be
aproximar
recommendations
esses
to
dois sistemas e
approximate
aí
these
construir
two
esse caminho.
systems.
Tá certo. Muito obrigada. Essa é uma informação
Thank
de
you.
extrema
This is
validade,
extremely
inclusive para os
important
estados,
information
viu,
for the
Pedro
states as well.
e também
Right,
Carmela e
Pedro,
Paulo, uma
Carmela?
vez que pela lei de responsabilidade fiscal e pela
So
Constituição
according to the
agora, no
fiscal
artigo
responsibility
613A,
law,
os sistemas de
the
administração financeira
financial
de estados
administration
e municípios
systems
devem
of
seguir o
states and
padrão da
municipalities
União.
will have to
Então, o que a
follow
União
the
fizer
standards
para
of
ela
the
vai
union. So
acabar
whatever the
se
union does
refletindo também nos
will
estados e
reflect
municípios,
also in states and
facilitando muito esse
municipalities,
trabalho que vocês,
facilitating the
sociedade
work
civil e
that
as
civil
instituições fazem.
society and
Carmela,
institutions do.
5 minutos.
Carmela, 5 minutes, please.
Obrigada. Bom, as minhas
Thank you.
considerações finais vão no
My
sentido de
final
recomendações
remarks are
para
about
as
our
instituições, né, que
recommendations for the
a sua
institutions.
fala, né, Luciene e a da Samantha, acho que temos
So
coisas
listening
talvez a
to
contribuir,
Luciene and
coisas que
Samantha, I
até
think
que a
we
gente
might
tem
have some
já incidido, né?
inputs.
Então, por exemplo, a gente
For
fez
example,
estudo
we
em
conducted a
CONAC sobre
study
saneamento
with
rural
CONAC
quilombola. Eu vou dar esse
about
exemplo no
Quilombola
último mês, mas ele
rural
serve muito para a gente enxergar
sanitation. It's a good
problema.
example for
Existe
us
uma
to see
ação
the problem.
orçamentária
There
para
is a
saneamento rural para
budgetary
comunidades de
action,
pequeno porte
rural
e
sanitation for
comunidades
small
quilombolas.
communities and Quilombola
E é
communities.
orçamento vultoso, ele nunca
It's
foi cortado.
a big
300
budget.
milhões por
It's
ano,
never suffered any
bastante dinheiro
cuts.
para fazer
300
saneamento
million a year.
rural.
It's a lot of money for
E
rural
as comunidades não
sanitation.
têm
And the
acesso,
communities, they
né?
don't have
Então, nós fomos
access.
investigar.
So
E
we
aí,
investigated,
ocorre
and
que é uma ação de responsabilidade da FUNASA, as prefeituras têm
the
que pedir,
responsibility
né,
belongs to
para
FUNASA.
conveniar e fazer evidência nos
Municipalities
seus municípios.
need
E a
to
gente fez lei de acesso à informação, a gente
express
não
their
conseguia saber quanto que era para os
wish
quilombolas,
to
que era o
join the
interesse
program.
nosso
We
da
didn't know how many
E tivemos
quilombolas
que
were being
olhar por
served,
período todos os
and we
convênios.
had
E o
to
que a
look
gente
at all the
descobriu
agreements.
é
And
que
what
nos
we
editais
found
de chamamento de
is
convênio
that
não citava esse
in
público,
the
embora
calls
estivesse
for
na ação orçamentária.
proposals of
Então, os convênios
partnerships,
estavam
the
sendo feitos para
the
comunidades rurais em
contracts were
geral,
being made
mas
with
não
rural
havia uma
communities in general,
sensibilidade aí
but there
étnico-racial,
wasn't an
digamos,
ethnical,
do gestor.
racial
A ação tinha um marcador, a
perspective
ação
on the
estava
part
ali,
of
comunidades
managers.
rurais e
So
quilombolas,
the
por
action
exemplo,
was,
ia para os
or it did
quilombolas.
target
Então,
quilombolas,
e
and
acho que esse é um
but
exemplo interessante
it
de como
wasn't
os órgãos de
reaching the
controle
quilombolas. So
podem
it's
nos
interesting
ajudar,
how
que é
control
criando
bodies,
esses
audit
protocolos
bodies
para
can
que os
help us,
gestores,
creating
quando tem uma ação
protocols so that
específica,
managers
lancem editais e
will
nomeiem os públicos também. Uma outra incidência que a gente vem
be
fazendo
clear
desde
about the
o início
target
dos planos
audiences.
orçamentários, né? Quando vieram os POs, a gente foi muito
So
crítico, né?
we were very
Entendendo a justificativa
critical
de ser uma ferramenta de gestão, gerencial,
of
enfim.
the
Mas
managerial
na descrição
tool and
apareceu
the
que tem que fazer
TOs, but
maior detalhamento. E esse detalhamento ele não acontece.
the
Se o plano
details
orçamentário ele é bem
are
detalhado,
absent.
ele tem
If
alguma
in a
instrução,
detailed
eu consigo
budgetary plan,
minimamente saber,
I
por exemplo,
can
quanto do recurso foi para cada estado do país.
see how much has
Isso já
been
é uma coisa que pode
allocated
estar
to
lá.
each
E quando a
state
gente
of
não
the
falou que
country,
a
and this
gente
could be
usa muita
available in the
fonte do
budget.
Siga
And we
Brasil,
use a lot of
do Senado
a lot
Federal,
the SIGA
que tem
Brasil
muitos
tool of the Federal Senate because it has lots of filters and we can see the data, the disaggregated data. Certain budgetary plans, they do not inform or they just repeat the text. And this could be interesting information production, something that already exists. The managers could enter this. Carmela, let me give you a tip about the Quilombola case. It is this, it cannot be cut because it is a health action. It's no, it's not. No, it's not. No. Is this going to the agreement? No, these are two things. The example of the Quilombos is a budgetary action that has two target audience, but it only has one. And we looked at each agreement to understand, since there are two target, so many Quilombola actions, they're designated as traditional communities and Quilombolas, but there isn't a separation. Yes, because this action is in the complementary law and it's basic sanitation of special indigenous health districts and Quilombola communities. So that's in the law, but they're executing only for one group. Yes, maybe we can talk later because it doesn't include indigenous communities. These are small rural localities and Quilombolas. I don't remember the name. Okay. So that's an example then, how other details are needed in the calls for proposals, in the budgetary plans. The more details, the better we can see, because the legal labeling is action and program, and this is what is provided in the law. There are budgetary plans in the laws, but it is a change that can be made. And so the management and transparency tools, this is something that the audit bodies could help us with. You see huge efforts from the planning ministry to build the whole framework and architecture, and then the government changes and it all collapses. An example was the PDF report of the IB70. It had this information, and then with the change of government, we no longer knew how many people were involved, the profiles. But in more complex architecture, it cannot be something depending on political will. It needs to be more robust, and institutionalized policy will not collapse. But the Ministry of Labor has a special court and it was closed down. So how can we think of this continuity and legal security to ensure transparency?
And I agree with Samantha. In policies where the resources are defined by the Constitution, it would be an advancement if we could produce data, if we could have more information about the profile of the beneficiaries. Even if we can't create specific policies with gender markers, at least in the markers that are done, the systemic policies, we should produce data so that we can know how much was sent for women, for instance. And we can know that by collecting data from the beneficiaries. That could be a way forward for these policies that are constitutionally restrained. Thank you. I think we probably have a lot of information in the Ministry of Social Development. SUS, the universal healthcare system, it's a more complicated policy. I'd say that SUS is the most complex public policy that we have. And first, we have to resolve the budget part in CIAF. While we don't do that, it will be hard for us to overcome some of these obstacles. Thank you, Carmela, for your participation, for your contributions to the debate. Paulo, you have 5 minutes for your final considerations.
Que foi muito bom a gente juntar a sociedade civil.
It was interesting to bring together civil society, the TCU, SOF, so that we could exchange experiences. I think that was great. I agree. Recently, we had webinars. We tried to understand the demands of each of the groups we were trying to prioritize. So it's important to listen to others. That's the message. When we started out, that's the idea. Let's look outside. Let's build our strategy based on what these groups have to say. We still have a challenge in doing that with our auditors because we have certain stereotypes, we have certain attitudes, certain habits concerning gender equality, human rights. But this is something that we have to do in the control institutions. This is in the strategic plan of Intosai, so we are aligned with that. It's a cross-cutting challenge in the court, in the TCU. It's not simply one unit that will implement the equity strategy. All of the units have to be involved. But what we can do is show who is being left behind. So we have no control actions on a specific group. The elderly population, we don't have specific structured controls and actions, and our population will inevitably age. This will have a burden on the healthcare system, and we have to focus on that as well from the control perspective. And it's a challenge for us as control agency and also for the policymakers. We can't leave anybody behind. We should have control actions for all of the groups, and let's advance with this indicator. Let's have an indicator for the problem, an indicator to change specific items. But these are my comments. Thank you. It was a pleasure to participate this afternoon. Thank you for your participation. And on the part of AUD-TCU, when we accepted the invitation to participate with the prosecution service through the Superior School and also with UN Women, we wanted to talk about different perspectives from different units of the TCU. And this was quite clear during the week. We have the accounting part, we have the budget part, and we have those who assess the public policies. And the Secretariat needs to do this and see this in all of the ministries. What is the strategy that TCU will adopt so that all of the ministry accounts have this perspective? We have a report that is included in the guidelines law, in the multi-year plan, and this is a challenge for our institution. Our objective was to give you an overview. It's not a single unit, it's not a single department that will be able to take on such a big challenge. But I'm very happy to see, Samantha, that from March until now, we have advanced a lot. I think you had a great initiative with the OECD. We had Elaine also in our event in March. And I'm very happy to see that we evolved a lot in this period of time in the executive branch. Pedro, you have 5 minutes. I wanted to clarify one of the points you made through a graph. You said that you went to the prosecutor's office of the state of Rio de Janeiro. That was one of your examples. You went to the Secretariat of Finance and you were focusing on wage differences and wage gaps between men and women. That's very important. We shouldn't have a general perspective about that in the institution. We have to take a look at the positions in each of these institutions. There's a profile for the professionals who will occupy those positions. And there's also a profile to occupy the strategic leadership positions. The positions in the tax authority, you can take a look at the revenue service, the tax authority, and then you look at the units, and then you can't expect the behavior to be the same as in the administrative units. In the administrative units, we have more women in leadership positions. And in the core activities, depending on the entity and the profile, you have more men. So we need to say that, and we need to make this comparison between administrative activities and core activities. The behavior is not the same. If you go to the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Health, there are some professions, and then you have to take a look at society as well. So you have a larger number of women occupying certain positions, and in other professions, you have a greater amount of men. So the complexity that you see is that probably in an entity that is made up of activities, of core activities, then you might have more men occupying these positions. And in an entity where you have a larger administrative structure, like in the area of education or health, then in that case, you might have more women, even in leadership positions. This is something that you have to analyze better, because these core activities, especially if these are positions that require certain autonomy and independence, this may be reflected in the leadership. So I suggest that you should focus on that, on administrative roles and core roles. You have 5 minutes for your considerations, and then we will conclude at 5:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you, Luciene. Just as a final remark, just reacting to what you just said, we did that. We looked at the different entities in the government of Acre, the Secretariat of Education. You have mostly women, teachers, professors, and a wage average. A woman in the Secretariat of Education earns roughly the same thing as a man earns in the Secretariat of Education. And then we took a look at other areas, such as the Secretariat of Finance and other entities. And in these areas, you have inequality in pay. And this is related to what you just said. Probably you have more men in leadership positions. That's not what I said. In the prosecutor's office, I have administrative positions, and I have the position of the prosecutor itself. So the core activity is the prosecution activity, and then you have administrative positions around that. But what the data shows is that even in places in the public sector where the conditions are basically the same as in the private sector, even so, we have gender inequalities, both when people come in to occupy these positions, because usually you have men occupying these positions with higher pay, and also in the opportunities of occupying leadership positions. The issue is that even this initial assessment that we conducted, this data is not analyzed. It's the first time that we analyzed this information, at least in Acre. Nobody had stopped to analyze that. And that already generated some questions. I think we have to go deeper. Yes. Could you talk about feminicides in Acre? I was curious about that. I don't know if I'm the best person to address that topic because I don't know that much about it. The ranking was created in 2018. That's what led to the creation of the Secretariat for Women. They had to rethink their public security policy. They had to create grievance channels so that women could blow the whistle and complain.
Mas é interessante que você teve, né, nas oficinas que a gente fez.
In the workshops that we held in Acre, we had initiatives from the prosecution office in Acre. They created a portal, a platform, which they called Feminicidômetro, where you could follow all of the investigations that were taking place on feminicides and other crimes that could be categorized as feminicides were analyzed in greater detail. And from then on, we had several responses. So gender budgeting appeared because of the need of producing more data about this, because that doesn't exist. How much is being invested in these policies? Where are these policies? We didn't have a cross-cutting diagnosis for that. So gender budgeting appeared because of this. It's an ongoing experience. They're still evolving in the methodology. There are things that I would do differently based on the first report that we produced. And finally, just to add to what Luciene said about the Secretariat of Women and this tension, okay, I want to have my own budget, but at the same time, it's important to coordinate a cross-cutting budget.
Tem uma coisa que a Rita sempre fala,
so there's something that Rita always says, the importance of seeing cross-cuttingness as a strategy to coordinate the government. Cross-cuttingness needs to be at the center of government. It needs to be a way for us to understand priorities, because if fighting gender inequality is a priority, this needs to be central, needs to guide the actions of finance, planning, control bodies, audit bodies. And so based on data, we implement and monitor and evaluate. This needs to be at the center. And the cross-cutting secretariat needs to come to the center of the government. It's important to empower these bodies. They're often weak. They have little staffing and resources, but they need to be brought to the center of government. That's what Rita always says, and so that we can reduce inequalities. Okay, so it's 5:30, and I'd like to once again thank Samantha, Carmela, Paulo, and Pedro. One more day that we conclude. You are all invited to participate tomorrow in an agenda. We are going to look at universities, those that are training professionals in several areas so that they can leave academia with a better view, an understanding of gendered budgeting, and so that lines of research can be incentivized. We are going to have a professor from UNB, a professor from a university in Rio de Janeiro, someone from CAPES. So it will be a conference with an expert from the University of Iceland. She's going to talk about a research and how the teaching grants benefit one gender to the loss of the other. They are at a high level of sophistication, and they will share with us their experiences, and then we will have a debate from the point of view of Brazilian academia. You are all invited. Thank you on behalf of the higher school of the Federal Prosecutor's Office and UN Women. Thank you for your participation in this panel. So strategic for this agenda to move forward with so many actions that have been described along the week, so important as a basis for the secretariat that Samantha is a part of, so that they can produce numbers and data, so that other units, including the union's budget, so that the actions can be reflected in states and municipalities. So this view, in order to raise awareness of academia, you are all invited tomorrow for the conclusion of our first week on gender responsive budgets in Brazil. And I'd say that I know of no other world experience, a whole week of intense discussions on gender responsive budgets. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.